Integrity? Yes.
Silver, they're like kind of festive.
It works. Right?
Photoshop everybody individually.
Oh my god. No, they don't want him. They said they didn't want him.
Let's get everything back.
Taller. Take a quick picture before the meeting.
Yeah, the final meeting.
Yes. Betsy would like the picture for a Christmas card.
It's a little late for that, isn't it? Christmas is like 6 days.
Last week, sorry. Walking in. Yes.
get one high, one low.
Right. Gentlemen, smiles. That's a 3. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how are you doing?
How are you doing? Good to see you. Everyone sign?
Not yet, I need that.
I'll use your pen.
Or do you want the Sharpie or?
Hey, I don't want Vince's signature bigger than mine.
Yeah, here we go.
Actually, that's a good idea.
Yeah, since the new resolutions are bigger, yeah, I feel like it comes out better.
Yeah, I like that.
There's multiple copies.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It looks kind of Trumpish, but it's okay.
You have a better signature, so it's not that.
Yeah. All right. That one's mine. Oh, no. Oh, no, yeah, that one is mine. Can I borrow that pen one more time? Sure.
Or the marker.
This one's good.
Oh, we thought it was a joke. Or was it your highlight?
Close enough. Close enough. Government work.
How would you for public comment? I'll go with you today.
That Monday.
I have a feeling we're going to Are we doing much there? What are we doing?
It looks really nice. Good job.
So it won't distract you. There's going to be like a little picture slideshow going on while you're reading it, okay?
Oh, okay.
It'll be on the big monitors.
Okay. How many different pictures were there?
31.
Oh, okay.
So it goes from the first one's up that one because that's the only before picture we had, and that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, December 17, 2018. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3 is the consent agenda composed of items 3A through 3N. At the request of the County Attorney's Office, we'd like to pull item 3N. Are there any other items that the members of the Court of the Public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners, any items you'd like pulled? Any items that members of the public would like pulled for from the consent agenda? Hearing, yes, sir.
Yes, Judge, I've got a couple. 3I as in Ida and 3D as in David.
Any other items, Commissioners? So hearing none, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items D, I, and N.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Aye. Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And we'll go ahead and take those items right after public comment.
Item 4A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution designating December 17, 2018 as El Paso Community College Cross Country Half Marathon Champions and Coach of the Year Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. It gives me a tremendous amount of pride to be able to read this into the record. And we have a lot of visitors today, and I hope they stay throughout the whole meeting. It looks like we've got a lot of people here today. So, Art, Mr. Fierro, if you don't mind taking the podium as I read the resolution, and then hopefully Dr. Sarata can say a few words for us. Whereas El Paso Community College, EPCC, has a long history of success and excellence. EPCC is known for many outstanding programs in athletics and academics, which brings visibility to El Paso County and our entire region. And whereas EPCC Tejano and Tejana athletes have had an exemplary season cross-country, half marathon, and this outstanding season has brought national recognition to El Paso Community College for both academic performance with a team GPAs higher than 3.24 and strong athletic performances. And whereas the EPCC women's cross-country team placed second and men's cross-country team placed third at the National Junior College Association Championships, the women's half marathon team earned the NJCAA National Championship Trophy, claiming their 5th national title and NJCAA record. And whereas in one of the strongest team performances, men's half marathon championship history, the EPCC Tejanos won their first championship in program history, led by Elias Lariposia, who took the first place individual title. And whereas athletic director coach Felix Hinojosa has more than 15 seasons coaching national championships and has again been named NJCAA Region 5 Men's and Women's Coach of the Year. And whereas EPCC is also pleased to announce it has received the bid to host the 2019 and 2021 NJCAA Half Marathon Championships and is proud to show El Paso County to teams across the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court, recognize and congratulate El Paso Community College's outstanding athletic director and coach, Felix Hinojosa, along with a 2018 NJCAA nationally ranked cross-country and the national champion half-marathon teams be recognized as EPCC cross-country and half-marathon champions and coach of the year. Signed this 17th day of December 2018 by the honorable members of Commissioners Court.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you very much. I'm Art Fierro. I'm on the Board of Trustees of the El Paso Community College. Very proud to be here today to celebrate Coach Hinojosa, our athletic director, but also on his student athletes. And as I'm sure the coach will say a few words in just a moment, but he preaches daily that they're student athletes. And us at the college, on behalf of the board, we're very proud of the coach and his athletes. And I want to take a moment and recognize President of the college, Dr. William Serrata, who's sitting here in the audience supporting Mr. Hinojosa and student athletes. Again, on behalf of the board, thank you very, very much. Coach?
I'd like to take this moment to thank the county for this very special award and for the recognition that our student athletes need. My name is Felix Hinojosa. I work at El Paso Community College, and I serve at the pleasure of the president. It is mandatory, almost the goal for all of our student athletes to understand that the real race is education. We need to be educated. Without the education, they cannot attain the dreams and hopes and lifestyle that they wish to attain. Running or athletics is just a way of offsetting an educational fund. With that said, I think we all get lucky, and I've been very fortunate to have these young men and women run for us and represent not only our college, but also our city and our county. Thank you very much.
Coach, I've got to congratulate you for bringing such an honor to this region, and we look forward to hosting that competition coming up next year and the year after that. But I know that President Serrata is always here for these presentations. He takes time off to join us. Dr. Serrata, the floor is yours if you'd like to say a few words.
Morning. Board Commissioners, Commissioner Leon, thank you so much for the opportunity. It is certainly a pleasure and an honor for me to represent El Paso Community College. You see the talent that we have at the college. It is your college. We certainly appreciate the honor that you bestow upon the college today. I can't say enough about Coach Hinojosa and the student athletes, and he always emphasizes that they are student athletes first and foremost. The support that we receive from each of you all is tremendous. We couldn't do it without a board of trustees, and Chair Fierro and the rest of the members of the board have a vision and leadership to execute what we're trying to accomplish to increase the educational attainment level of this region. We certainly are honored. We thank you so much, each of the commissioners and Judge Voigt, for this honor.
Thank you, Dr. Serrata. And Coach, before you introduce your team, I'd like to say that I know that half marathon is 13 miles. Is that?
13.1.
Well, I do the half marathon, but I thought it was like 13 feet. But 13 miles. Again, congratulations, and I see the look in your faces that you're headed for nothing but success. But thank you for representing us in such a great manner, and with a GPA of 3.24, it says a lot. So, Coach, congratulations. And if you don't mind introducing your team.
Not at all. Starting from the far end would be Samantha Martinez. Stand up. Pedro Guerra. And then we have Michael Kirwa and Dorothy Jamutu, Francisca. We have Feliciana. We have Gideon, David, Elvis, and Faith, and Elias, who's the national champion. We are only missing two people. One is taking the finals today, and the other one had to leave out of town. And that would be Dennis and Evelyn, who is the women's national cross-country champion.
Well, congratulations. We'd like to shake your hand. We would have offered you some cupcakes, but no, I think that slow you down.
Commissioner, I used to run cross country, but nowadays I think you're right. The 13 feet would be appropriate. I don't know that I could go any further at this point.
I've never even thought about wanting to do that.
Are you sure?
I was a shot putter in track. I'm going to go eat nachos.
Excellent. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate it, your contributions to El Paso, and we're so excited to hear about your successes in the future.
Item 4B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Tornillo Independent School District, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, Kaboom, and El Paso County Parks and Recreation Department for their efforts to revitalize Coyote Park in Tornillo, Texas.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I have the privilege of reading this resolution. I believe we have representatives from Tornillo Independent School District and as well from Blue Cross Blue Shield. If you please go to the podium. I'll read the resolution and we'll take a vote, and I'll turn the podium over to you. Whereas only 1 in 4 children in the United States are getting the recommended daily amount of physical activity, and children from low-income families often have fewer options for recreational activities. And whereas El Paso County recognizes the importance of all children having equal access to safe and accessible play spaces, which promote increased rates of physical activity. And whereas Kaboom is a national nonprofit organization that coordinates construction of community-built playgrounds by serving as a project manager for the playground design and construction, recruiting the funding partner to provide the playground equipment, providing the funding tools for installation, training volunteers to construct the playground, and providing a certified playground inspector. And whereas the El Paso County Parks Department, in partnership with the Tornillo Independent School District, successfully worked to secure grant funding from Kaboom, and whereas on November 17, 2018, the Build It with Kaboom grant project brought the Tornillo community together to build the only safe and ADA accessible playground in the area. And whereas with the goal of having 200 volunteers needed to complete construction, the event attracted over 300 volunteers from the Tornillo Independent School District, other neighboring school districts, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, surrounding businesses, and El Paso County employees. And whereas these organizations and the people of El Paso County demonstrated what is possible when the community comes together for a common cause, now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Commissioners Court, and they recognize Kaboom, the Tornillo Independent School District, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, and the El Paso County Parks Department and Recreation Department for supporting the children of El Paso County and providing a safe place for families to enjoy. Signed the 17th day of December 2018 by the honorable members of the Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thanks, Judge and Commissioner. We had talked about this event briefly a couple weeks ago, and there's some photos up on the screen from the event. But I just really wanted to thank everybody who had a hand in this. It was really a phenomenal event. Tornillo remains the largest community in El Paso County, or did, without a playground and without a park. And all these people came together to fix that. And so I'm very appreciative to Kaboom, who funded this effort, and to our County Parks Department, the Tornillo Independent School District, who's just been a phenomenal partner. This really shows what can happen when the county partners with entities to bring these types of amenities to our community. And then also Blue Cross Blue Shield, that was a key sponsor for this project. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize them and thank them for this effort.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Rosie Vega Barrio. I'm the superintendent, the proud superintendent of Tornillo ISD. I just want to thank you so much on behalf of Tornillo community for the great partnership that we were able to come together for this great event. This is a beginning of a lot more projects for our community, but nonetheless, like Commissioner Perez just mentioned, just having these entities come together to make this happen for our community is simply, there's no words to describe what was able to happen within a couple of hours. Our kids are now able to go in and our families to be able to gather in a place that they didn't have before, a safe place that they can be active for many, many years to come. So on behalf of Tornillo Independent School District and also our learning community of Tornillo, thank you so much. And also I want to thank Kaboom, Parks and Recreation, and definitely Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Fernando Archuleta. I'm a representative with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, and I'm honored to be here. November 17th really represented more than just a playground build. And I said this during my closing remarks to the hundreds of people who were standing in front of me. It was 310 people, I think was the exact number. That was the largest Kaboom build we have had in Texas, and we're talking about across cities such as Houston, San Antonio, Austin. To see the members of the Tornillo community come together and complete such a monumental task in such a short amount of time, truly impressive, and I'm honored to be part of the community. I think that, you know, that's something that's really different about El Paso County itself and the communities within El Paso County. We really take care of each other and our own. So thank you again for the honor. Thank you to all the volunteers, Tornillo Independent School District, Kaboom, Commissioner. We worked on the project together there, so that was fun. But again, on behalf of Blue Cross Blue Shield, thank you for allowing us to be part of that. Thank you.
Good morning, Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you again for your support. We couldn't have done it without you. And it was not one person. It took the whole community. And as a matter of fact, it's being featured as the playground build for Blue Cross Blue Shield of the year because of the tremendous amount of community support that it got. So we're very honored and proud to be able to do this for that community. That is our goal, to ensure that everybody has a great quality of life, and everybody deserves it, especially our children. So we're thankful for that. And I want to also thank our staff, Lydia and Ben, who couldn't do it without my partners in crime. So thanks to them and the many staff of the county, Wally, Betsy, the admin team, all the public works department that came out and supported us. We're really grateful and thankful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is David Solis. I'm the Executive Director of Finance for the Tornillo Independent School District. And actually, Veronica Myers came to us and presented the project. And it was such a great project to be a part of. And we just want to thank the county, Kaboom, Blue Cross Blue Shield for partnering with us to provide a safe place for our kids and our community to play. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to our team again. I know, Commissioner, you thanked them, but you know, Ms. Myers, since you've been on board, there has been a lot of traction in terms of looking at new opportunities, that the county can take a part of or be a part of. And so we're very grateful for all that you've done. I think the fact that we partnered with Kaboom and the school district is just one great example of what can get done when we partner together. And I'm sure there's so much more that will get done over the next several years. So thank you all for your partnership.
There were several department heads. Betsy was there, Wally, thank you, and Norma Palacios, and many other county employees. Thank you for volunteering your time.
Excellent. Round of applause, please.
Item 4C, approve and adopt a resolution celebrating the 85th Sun Bowl and declaring December 31st, 2018 as Hyundai Sun Bowl Day in El Paso County, Texas.
I have the honor and privilege of reading this resolution. Bernie Olivas is in the audience while I speak. Very impressive, the fact that we are now at the 85th Sun Bowl. We're the second oldest bowl in the United States, which is just fantastic and a huge honor for El Paso. So with no further ado, whereas the 85th Hyundai Sun Bowl will be played on December 31st between the Pittsburgh Panthers, who are 7-6 from the Atlantic Coast Conference, and the Stanford Cardinal, 8-4 from the Pac-12 Conference. And whereas the Sun Bowl was started in 1935, making it the second oldest bowl game in the country behind only the Rose Bowl. And whereas the first game played in 1935 was played between two high school teams, with the first collegiate game being played the next year in 1936 between the champions of the Border Conference and a large opponent. And whereas the Sun Bowl during its long history has played host to such notable teams as the UTEP Miners, New Mexico State Aggies, Texas Tech Red Raiders, Texas Longhorns, LSU Tigers, Oklahoma Sooners, Nebraska Cornhuskers, Baylor Bears, Michigan State Spartans, Miami Hurricanes, and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And whereas the Hyundai Sun Bowl is one of the largest economic impacts for the city and county of El Paso, with not only ticket sales, but hotel rooms and tourism. Whereas Bernie Olivas was originally a volunteer with the Sun Bowl for 20 years before he was appointed in 2001 to the position of Football Bowl Association Chairman, which oversees the current Sun Bowl Association. Now therefore be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court, declare December 31st, 2018 as the Hyundai Sun Bowl Day. Signed the 17th day of December 2018 by this Honorable Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning.
Good morning. Judge, Commissioners, thank you very much for this honor. Before I begin, I would like to congratulate the El Paso Community College and Tornillo for their accomplishments as well. Congratulations. And on behalf of the staff and the Board of Directors and the 600 volunteers that make this Sun Bowl happen, I'd like to accept this proclamation on behalf of them. Again, this is our 85th, I will state 85th annual Hyundai Sun Bowl, and it'll be the 51st consecutive year on CBS Network. Only one other program on TV can make that claim. Nobody else has been on the same network longer than the Sun Bowl except the Masters Tournament, so that's something that El Paso should be proud of. Again, we have three goals with the Sun Bowl. Number one is to provide the community with a quality event. And if you've never been to the Sun Bowl, I think you should. It's a tremendous event. Number two is to give El Paso some positive national recognition. And CBS for 4 hours does nothing but just in a very great way tell the nation what a great city and county we have here in El Paso. And obviously the third and most important goal of the Sun Bowl is to have a positive economic impact on the city of El Paso and the county. It is estimated that it's been up to $25 million economic impact in 1 week that these teams bring in. And this is an annual event. So it is the El Paso's premier annual event that has the greatest economic impact on this county. So on behalf of the Sun Bowl, I really appreciate this honor, and I hope to see all of you at the game on December 31st at high noon. Thank you very much. And before I leave, I have a couple of gifts for you all. Amber. This is my assistant, Amber Herrera.
Morning.
It's going to be about 75 degrees, so I want you all to make sure that your heads are covered.
Can we get a round of applause, please, for the Sun Bowl?
And just one more thing. What Bernie Olivas says is absolutely true. The amount of volunteers the amount of El Pasoans that come together to just do a great, fantastic job of being true ambassadors of El Paso have made the Sun Bowl just an amazing event for all the colleges that come here.
Thank you very much again. Appreciate it.
Item 4D, approve and adopt a resolution declaring Saturday, December 22nd, 2018 as Greater El Paso All-Star Football Showcase Day in El Paso County, Texas.
And as our student athletes leave, but we continue on the theme of student athletes, it's my honor to read this resolution into the record. Whereas the 27th Greater El Paso All-Star Football Showcase is scheduled for Saturday, December 22nd, 2018 at UTEP Sun Bowl Stadium. And whereas the Greater El Paso All-Star Football Showcase will showcase El Paso County High School seniors who excel in football, sports medicine, cheerleading, dance, drill team, marching band, and JROTC. And whereas the Greater El Paso All-Star Football Showcase establishes a foundation for a better future through the spirit of competition, higher education, leadership, citizenship, community service, and their quest for excellence. And whereas the All-Star Football Showcase offers these students an opportunity for college scholarships. And whereas the All-Star Football Showcase has awarded scholarships totaling $559,000 over the past 27 years to area high school seniors, and the Showcase Combine over the last 6 years has awarded 184 student athletes scholarships totaling $1.3 million. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that Saturday, December 22nd, 2018 shall be known as Greater El Paso All-Star Football Showcase Day, signed the 17th day of December 2018 by the honorable members of this Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge Vogt.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning, Mr. Stansberry.
Good morning, and thank you again for the recognition. I am Ed Stansberry, the Director of Operations for the Greater El Paso Football Showcase, and we look forward to the recognition from you, Judge, and the County Commissioners every year, and we are excited. We are excited to be one of the biggest high school events in El Paso County. We do have representation from every high school in the county, and as you mentioned, it's not just the football players, it's band, choir, cheer, dance, JROTC, and our newly added discipline, sports media. And really, on behalf of the committee, it's exciting that our showcase grows every year, and to provide a vehicle for those students to go on and get their education is something that moves every one of our committee members. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. Everyone on our committee is a volunteer, and we are passionate about the kids of El Paso, and that's why we do what we do. The combine that you mentioned, we fly in over 40 college coaches from around the country, Division II, Division III, NAIA schools, and this Friday at the SAC, they'll be out there seeing the best of our senior athletes and award scholarships right there on the spot. So it is a tremendous event. We thank you for the recognition, and I too also come bearing gifts. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. And my cousin actually went through the amazing production that goes into all of this work, and really came away with some valuable tools and a skill set that helped him as he progressed through high school and then into college. So on a personal level, thank you. But thanks on behalf of the community for all that you do and invest in the time and making sure our kids have what they need to progress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All very
Round of
much.
applause, please.
For bald guy, it's a good day.
Item number 5, public comment.
So we'll have those folks be called up for that item. But in terms of public comment, we do have 2 individuals signed up, Ms. Lucille Nájera and Mr. Daryl Mond. They're here. Good morning, Mr. Mond. Good morning, Ms. Nájera. They're back in the back. Yeah, but you can go ahead and you can begin.
I'm
your
in panic
presentation.
mode. Good morning. It's a great honor. Oh, first of all, I'm Daryl Mond, founder and president of the El Paso Veterans and Riders Association, EPVRA, and I'm joined today with our vice president, Ms. Lucy Nájera, very patient person with me, almost as much as you all are. So with further ado, the El Paso Veterans and Riders really deeply appreciates the support we've received from Commissioners Court. Commissioner Haggerty, 2 weeks, we launched a food drive, collected over 35,000 pounds of food to be distributed to veterans and their families. As a matter of fact, we're still giving food out. We delivered a bunch Friday. We appreciate that. Your people were tremendous on it. Commissioner Leon, I'm sorry I did that to you, but we go from a normal blanket drive to 2-week notice, and now we're collecting toys for the foster children. Phenomenal. I understand Delia Briones is, Josie informed me that Delia is bringing up a rather big supportive event on that. She's always been there. On the food drive, Mr. Esparza has always been a very helpful, him and his office on it. I'm kind of sad today because I know starting next year some of y'all won't be with us, and that's Judge, I'm sorry. You've been a phenomenal supporter. Your short time here, you led the way on a lot of things. I deeply appreciate that. I really do. Commissioner Harry, your continued support, still ongoing with the veterans. We deeply appreciate that. What I'd like to do is recognize some of the people behind the scenes that kind of make things happen, that support you and supporting us. And the first two I would like to recognize is Ms. Candace McCann and Mr. Michael Peck. Oh, I didn't bring baseball caps for anybody. I'm sorry. So we'll work on that next time.
You have awards, though, it seems.
I have awards, so, right. So. But you have yours. You are an honorary PVR member. And it's a very hard thing to get. I'm sorry. We're going to present plaques to all the employees. We make sure they're all universal, so we're not violating any kind of county policy or something, so we keep it universal. The first two will be presented to Ms. Candace McCann and to Michael Peck, Mr. Michael Peck, with sincere appreciation of your support and dedication to El Paso's veterans and their families, presented by the El Paso Veterans of Our Association, December 2018. Guys, without your support, I mean, you guys have been phenomenal. And Candace, on the food drive, I got so many calls. You know, I think it was borderline harassment, but she was constantly emailing and calling people, and they're calling me. So, but we do appreciate you guys jumped into this and had a tremendous results for launching in 2 weeks, and it was just an outstanding thing. And even coming out and breaking down the food, the commissioners took time to come out there and help with that. And Mike, Friday, we're delivering toys and stuff to Casa Ford and everybody else that's been supporting us. So it's a big community effort. But I do sincerely thank you for your support. And we're here. Consider us family if you want to, if you're brave enough. And but I'm a phone call away, guys. I really appreciate you.
Do you want to go ahead and pass out the others? Yeah. Maybe to the other staff members? No, we'll go. Yeah, if you want to call the others up.
Rehearse this.
If you want to call the others up and provide them their
okay,
word.
Cool. Here, hold. Next, Ms. Nicolette Ruiz Celeste Varela. We wanted to thank him for all this work they had done with us, but we recently got some very good news. It was announced that they'll be staying on board, and that was we were very happy about that, and we deeply appreciate it. The plaque is presented with sincere appreciation for your support and dedication to El Paso veterans and their families, presented by the El Paso Veterans of Our Association, December 2018. Guys, you guys have always been there. We really appreciate you all. And you don't make faces when I walk in like some of the other people do, but I appreciate it. Sorry. As with everything, we believe in empowerment. And I let Ms. Nahara actually nominate 2 people this year, and she will read the awards to them. So.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's very trying, but I love working with him. He has shown me a lot of unity, not only with our community in itself, but as a core of our men and women of service, which I am very heartfelt. But if Ms. Josie Castro and Ms. Valeria, on behalf, we sincerely appreciate your support and dedications to the El Paso veterans and riders and their family, presented by us. I want to thank you both very much. You really stepped up to the plate for us, and you have really supported us on a lot of issues. All of you have, and we are so indebted and so appreciative in everything that you've done for us. Thank you very much.
Get a round of applause, please, for everybody.
Are we going to do a photo op, sure. Please? Can you all join us?
Big short.
Now, before we move on from public comment, although everyone that is here is a special guest because this is your courthouse and we welcome all of you, I would like to recognize two individuals in the audience, our State Senator Jose Rodriguez and our incoming County Judge, Mr. Ricardo Samaniego. So, welcome. That is all I believe we have for public comment unless anyone else would like to speak. Okay. If we could now take items pulled from consent, items D, I, and N, please.
Item 3D, rescind the Commissioner's Court order of November 19, 2018, item 3E on the consent agenda to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the software license agreement with Zoho Corporation. Funding is available in General Fund ITD Maintenance Repair Software, contract number 2018-0534. Further, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the corrected software license agreement and addendum with Zoho Corporation. Funding is available in General Fund ITD Maintenance Repair Software, contract number 2018-0534.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Susie Esquivel, ITD Infrastructure Manager. This item is being brought back after Commissioner's Court approval was provided. The vendor added some additional provisions. If you have any questions regarding any of the provisions, I will defer to our legal department to answer any specific question.
I've got the only question I've got on that. It reads that it's no impact insofar as to the budget, but yet we've set aside $7,300. So is that the actual fee, or?
That's the actual cost for the renewal, sir.
So it is a $7,300 impact.
Well, previously it's $7,300, but the amendment does not add any cost.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Haggerty. Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 3I, approve and authorize the county judge to sign contract with Hewitt Solars, Inc. for as-needed surveyor services on-call surveyor contract. Funding is available in Special Revenue, Road and Bridge Contract Services General, contract number 2018-0497.
Good morning.
Good morning, Norma. Thank you for responding to this item. I've got a couple of questions. Number one, in the backup, it refers to Exhibit C for the compensation coming from the county, but there's no Exhibit C, so I have no idea what we're approving.
It was supposed to be a contract, and I don't know how we failed not to attach that, Commissioner. I'll be glad to share it with the court. If the court wishes, we can bring it back on the 7th, but I didn't realize it wasn't attached.
And the other, if it's not an impact to you all insofar as this item, we can push it back a couple of weeks. But the other question that I had is the dates. It doesn't show an actual date. I know that each individual contract will be different because of the surveying needs that we're going to need throughout those 3 years. But I would think that it has a beginning date and an end date, and also within the backup, it wasn't attached.
So we'll make sure that it's clear as we bring it back. It should be starting the day that it's signed and then going through years. But I will make sure and bring this item back. I'm not sure why there wasn't any attachments. I'll check with staff.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to postpone for 2 weeks. That's what I said, 3 weeks.
And just to clarify, Commissioner Cristina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, in the contract itself, the term is for 3 years from the full execution. So that means once both parties sign, the contract would be considered executed. So
I'll let my motion reflect what was stated.
And each contract will have its own timeline once we get contracts for the work to be done.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 3N, approve and authorize the county judge to sign Amendment 1 to the interlocal agreement for school resource officers with the Clint Independent School District to provide 3 additional school resource officers for the remainder of the 2018 through 2019 school year. Funds will be deposited into account general fund, Sheriff's Office Patrol reimbursement salaries. Contract number 2018-0897.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Court. Ryan Urrutia, Commander of the Patrol Bureau. This is just an augmentation, amendment to the existing contract that we have in place. They've asked for 3 additional SROs to be placed within their elementary schools, and this will serve the term of the contract ending in July of this year.
And I believe the reason why it was pulled was it was over the 50,000, right? So
Correct, Judge.
Okay. So are there any questions, commissioners? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Have a good
afternoon. So before we move on, we do have several individuals here for item 9 and item 16. I would like to move item 16 up. I'm sorry, for items 10 and 16. I'd like to move item 16 up after 10. Senator, I know that you wanted to make some comments. I don't know if you wanted to go ahead and wait until you can wait. Okay, perfect. So then with that being said, let's go ahead and take item 6A.
Item 6A, presentation. Receive a presentation from county staff, elected officials, and department heads to departing members of the Commissioners Court.
Who's leaving? Betsy, are you leaving?
Do you guys want to do Commissioner Haggerty first?
Sure.
What are you guys doing over there?
It's not often the Commissioners Court has to make a presentation.
No.
So forgive us while we work through this. But I believe Commissioner Perez, were you going to start for us?
Sure. This is always a difficult time of the year where we lose very dedicated public servants who have served their community admirably. This has been, for those of you who don't attend Commissioners Court recently or often, this court has a really good rapport, and this court has really been able to work through some very difficult problems for the benefit, of our respective constituencies. We all, we disagree on a variety of issues, but fundamentally we have respect for one another. And it's been a tremendous privilege to serve and to be a member of this court, but particularly to work with Commissioner Haggerty and Judge Vogt. They have done a tremendous job. They are very dedicated public servants, very committed to what they do. They work very hard. They care. They embody all the traits that that one would hope that any good public servant has. This is going to be their last meeting, and we're just going to be very sad to see them go. This is Commissioner Haggerty's. There's a photo of Commissioner's Court, and something for you to keep to remember us by. But I will say, look, when Commissioner Haggerty first ran, he called me when he was still a candidate, and he wanted just to know, a little bit about commissioners and what was going on. And And I told him, I said, Matt, I was like, I'll give it to you. You have a lot of guts sticking to and running to as a Republican, as a member of your party. I said, you know, a lot of folks have taken the easy way out and opted to run as Democrats. And he ultimately pulled off a very tough victory by sticking true to his beliefs.
One time.
And I admired you for that. And it says a lot about your character and your integrity and your convictions. And you know, you have been a very vocal and passionate commissioner for your precinct. I think it's they're certainly going to miss you. I know that we are. But and I'm also going to miss your sense of humor. I think all of us are, right? It's great comedic relief, Commissioner Haggerty. But it's been a tremendous privilege, Commissioner Haggerty, and you know, we wish you the very best, you know, in whatever's next. And we hope you're not a stranger and you come by. But thank you for the tremendous public service that you did. You really embody all the great traits of a true public servant.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, that's a picture of me in it. I look so excited. That's the important thing.
Thank you guys very much. This is really nice. And luckily, I'm going to go with all the other stuff that's coming home to my house, which will make my wife happy.
Betsy, thank you. As Commissioner Pettis also stated, when we came on in 2013, several years back, the court had been mired in very bad publicity. And I've been just so proud to be able to serve on these two courts. And when we were deliberating who is going to replace Judge Escobar, it wasn't an easy process. There was many very viable candidates that could have come in here. And somebody, matter of fact, I think it was Commissioner Haggerty that mentioned the name Ruben Vogt. And to me, I said,
I'm going to be judge.
It just took me aback. I said, yes, a tremendous, Judge Vogt has been a tremendous asset to this court. As you have seen, he's not been a camera hound or somebody who's looking for publicity. And he kept his end of the bargain insofar as he chose not to run for the permanent position. I've told him in many private conversations that his future is bright. He's done a tremendous service for this court. And this saying always comes back to me, something that Steve Jobs said once: if you want to please everybody, don't be a leader, sell ice cream. And that's so true for this commissioner's court and especially for the judge. So he told me that he is in the learning process, but I pride myself insofar as being able to take good traits from somebody, and I've got to do that. I've got to remember this. So, Judge, you've been an inspiration to me. I know that to young people that are watching as we move forward that are contemplating possibly a run for public office other than Precinct 1. You're a great example, and I know that the entire court, I certainly am so proud of you and proud of what you've accomplished in your few months that you were here. So on behalf of the Commissioner's Court and the staff, and it's so important that I mention the staff, we'd like to present you with your going away. Thank you, Commissioner.
Flip it. There it is.
There we go. So congratulations, and we will miss you.
Thank you. I will miss all of you.
Judge, before we leave this item, we have some other comments as well. I first would like to start by thanking both you and Commissioner Haggerty for your service. There are many notable aspects of your public service, and I'm only going to mention a few about each of you in the interest of time and in the interest of my composure. So, Commissioner Haggerty, you've added views to help us look at issues from different angles, and especially from a big picture financial impact view, which helped add sense. Your real estate background has been tremendously helpful to us as we have looked at several land and real estate transactions these past few years. Your passion for issues you believe in is fiery and intense. Your candor has been genuine, and you have proven that it is not given in malice, but in the intent of helping us be our best. I personally have really appreciated your praise and constructive feedback during my evaluations. And your humor also made us laugh, sometimes at not the most appropriate times, but laughter all the same. Your willingness to pitch in and get dirty at our cleanups has earned so much respect from our staff. And the way you thank us by taking us to lunch after each cleanup and sitting and talking to everyone increased morale exponentially. No one enjoyed the county picnic more than you and the IT group that had you on their championship-winning tug-of-war team. You really got your hands dirty at this event. And while Melissa's baking made us feel special, I have especially liked the way you just come by every week to see what's going on, talk about something that's on your mind, or to just check in on how we're doing. This has really made me and our team know we are on the same playing level in our professional relationship. You've made it a two-way effort on team building, and we really appreciate that. Finally, I believe you can tell more about a person about who they are personally, away from their job, away from their office, and I most admire your love and devotion to your family. When you have talked to us over the years about your wife, her work, her care for the community, her going back to school, and your children, their talents, their activities, their sports, your whole face and your whole being just lights up with joy, pride, and love. So thank you very much. And Judge Vogt, while your time was shorter, it was meaningful, and you stepped into this role with a sense of responsibility, pride, and grace. We have appreciated how you have jumped right into making sure things moved along flawlessly. Your approach and your desire to collaborate, coupled with your drive to make things a success, it made our jobs not only challenging in an enjoyable way, but also added a certain peacefulness to the environment. Your commitment to inclusion of diversity, inclusion of staff, inclusion of other elected offices, it added a lot of value to our overall operations. Your guidance and leadership during intense subjects has been such a gift to me. And your unwavering support and encouragement has made this short time one of the most reassuring times of my entire career. And last but not least, your pride and ownership of who you are, as a husband, a son, a friend, and as a person who loves his community, this community, our community, is something I've greatly admired. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do this at the end?
I'll be quick, I promise. We'll be quick. Where's Nicole? Okay. Can I go first?
Judge, I just want to thank you for taking a chance on me 7 years ago when I had the amazing opportunity to become your intern and be a part of the amazing team. What a journey it has been. It has been such an honor to have you as my mentor, and even more of an honor to be able to call you my friend. I love you so much, and we're really going to miss you. You are irreplaceable, my friend. The county will definitely not be the same without you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Well, it's been a year, hasn't it? Judge, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your leadership and your commitment not only to the county, but to this entire community. You've shown that commitment since the day you began your career at the county 11 years ago, 12? As the years passed, your commitment just got stronger. You're a leader, you're a unifier, and you have more heart than anyone I have ever met. I'm grateful for our years together as coworkers, but more than that, I'm grateful for your friendship. And while I'm sad that we will no longer be working side by side, I'm comforted that our friendship will endure. And you're not getting rid of me that easily, so love you.
You too. Thank you both.
Can I say something as well? Since I guess the other two, I probably shouldn't, but I will. I mean, I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my two colleagues for the service and the time that they spent at the county. Ruben, you know, you're a person that I've looked up to immensely for a long time, and it's going to be a great loss for this county. The fact that you won't be around, and I don't know why you don't want to say what you're going to be doing, but I know whatever you're going to be doing, it's going to be amazing, and I know that you'll continue to work for the betterment of your community. I think that's in your blood, and you can't stay away from that. You know, you've been a great friend as well, and you know, somebody who I've always been able to trust, and I've always been able to lean on, even through difficult times. And you know, I hope that that we continue that relationship into the future, wherever you go. So, thank you for all that you've done for the county and for me and my staff, and for my precinct. And Andrew, let me move this over here. I have great respect for you, and you know, I think that you've always been a leader that's been willing to listen to different sides. I know that you and I weren't always in agreement on everything, but that didn't mean that you weren't able to listen. And I think you also showed that to your constituents as well. You know, I mean, Andrew holds a community meeting that's very, very well attended. I wish I had the attendance at my community meetings that he has at his, and he gives his constituents the opportunity to give him feedback, and to listen to what he has to say. They may not always be happy with what the choices that he's going to make or the decisions that he takes, but you know, at least he's willing to stand up there and give them the straight answer and listen to what they have to say. I think that's half the battle, and if we don't do that as elected officials, we have no business being elected officials and public servants. So I've always thought that that's one of your better traits. Very hard worker. I think both you and your staff work very hard. I think the service that you provided to the COG and of course, as Betsy said, the trash cleanups. You know, you brought pride and respect to your position. You know, and one thing that I want to tell you as well is that you know very well that I supported your opponent. And you didn't let that allow. 4 years ago. Yes, 4 years ago. Yes, not this time. 4 years ago, and you know, you didn't allow that to get in the way of the work that we had to do, the work that we did together. And that I think says a lot about somebody. So again, you know, we've become friends over the years, and I'm gonna miss your wife's cooking as well.
Did everybody hear I brought him today? Is that why we're bringing it up?
But you know, and I'm sure you as well as Ruben will continue to be working to make this community what you think it should be, and that's that you should never stop doing. So thank you very much for your service, and I'm gonna miss, you know, having somebody to fight with on the court, you know, but I'm sure there'll be other opportunities that will come up. But thank you once again for all that you've done.
I guess I'll go now. You know, this is hard. This sucks. I think the greatest thing about this Commissioner's Court, and I've said it many times, is we will fight tooth and nail in here, but we can go to an event and sit together and laugh and know that we're here for the job and not attacking each other personally. And I warned every single person that I was going to work with that if I don't believe in something, I'm going to fight tooth and nail against it. But when the vote's over, it's over. And I hope I've proven that over the last 4 years. Judge, you will be surely missed. When I sat with you on our one-on-ones, I asked one thing. I said, you earned my respect 3 years ago. I just ask that you keep it. And you have well above done that. You've done a fantastic job as our county judge, and you will be missed, sadly missed, over the next coming years. And to my fellow commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to have worked with you on issues, fight with you on issues. And to the county staff, I will miss getting to work with you every day. It's been an honor. Thank you.
This is tough. It's so much easier to have a controversial issue to talk about, which we'll have later on the agenda. Commissioner Haggerty, I want to thank you for having even considered me worthy to serve in this role, and to the rest of the Commissioners Court for this tremendous opportunity. Over the last 11 years, the county has come such a long way from where we were. And when I started several months before that, the FBI had just raided the organization, and we had such work ahead of us that I think would have been daunting for many, but I was very fortunate to work under a tremendous leader, Veronica Escobar, who took on that challenge and pushed us all to believe more, to do better, and to expect that we would get the county to a place that it needed to get to. And along those 11 years, I've had the distinct privilege of working alongside amazing public servants. Our county attorney, Joanne Bernal, all the county attorneys that work under her, being able to have a chief administrator come online who has helped us move the organization, working with the auditor's office, Wally Hardgrove in our budget office. I could name all of you, HR, Melissa. You are all such dedicated public servants, and we've been through so much together, whether it's professionally or personally, battling cancer, and being able to be resilient as you always are and have been. And so being able to share this opportunity with each of you and to share my 11 years has been a teaching opportunity for me that I will carry forward in whatever it is that I end up doing, because I have no idea what that is yet. But I will take all of you and your stories and the commitment that you have shown me to help move our community forward in whatever that might be. So thank you so much for sharing with me and letting me be a part of your lives, and to the public for letting me be able to move our community forward. And Commissioner Haggerty, you have been absolutely amazing to work with. I remember the first executive session I sat in, you threw your pen because you were upset over something, and I thought, wow, is this what really goes on in executive? So the passion is definitely there, but that is the kind of passion that every single member of the court shows every Monday, every day, 24/7. And they are committed, and I hope that we've all done you proud. I think we have. And so thank you so much. I will miss working alongside each and every one of you, and not just up here, but in general. So thank you. And you know, I because I didn't prepare what I was going to say, and I typically do, but thank you to Celeste and Nicole, who stuck by me. I'm sure that they were a little worried once the appointment was made, like, what are we going to do? What's going to happen? But they have been troopers and absolutely amazing. To my parents, who have been there every step of the way, making sure that I don't lose my sanity during some of these conversations. And to my husband, who is here in the audience today, for putting up with me over the last year and a half in what has been an absolutely amazing opportunity, but has stood by me and encouraged me along the way. So thank you again. Appreciate it. So I'm assuming no action on this item to stay or anything? Okay. So if we could move on now to items 7 and 8, we'll push item back to the end of the meeting. And then if we could take item 10 and 16 after that. So we'll move fairly quickly.
Item number 7, board appointments. Approve the appointment of Commissioner Carlos Leon's appointee, Victor Maldonado, to the Ethics Commission for the term beginning February 1st, 2019 through January 31st, 2021.
Betsy, thank you very much for putting this on the agenda. Mr. Maldonado is here. Vic, would you mind standing up and going to the podium? I worked with Mr. Maldonado in the mid-'70s in the police department, and he went on to retire after 30 years as a supervisory federal agent with the United States Department of Justice Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. He holds a degree out of UTEP Criminal Justice, and I know Mr. Maldonado very well, and that is the reason that I am naming him, asking for your support in the Ethics Commission because of what type of person Victor Maldonado is. So I make that motion.
Second?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Aye. Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Podium is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name again is Victor Maldonado, and first of all, I would like to thank Commissioner Leon for having the confidence and faith in me to be able to serve on the Ethics Commission. I'd also like to thank Judge and the commissioners for affirming Mr. Leon's nomination and now the appointment. I just pledge to you that I'll do my best professionally. I will do everything that I can to be fair and equal, and to bring honor and undue attention to this appointment. So I thank you very much. I do have one question. With all the baseball caps that you're receiving, should I be concerned about that as being on the Ethics Commission?
Yeah, no, you're okay there. You're okay there, but thank you very much for accepting it. I know it takes up a lot of time. I'm very grateful to Mr. Limon. We'll be recognizing him in a later meeting. It does take time, and we all appreciate all the volunteer hours that go into those type of boards. So again, thank you for accepting.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good luck.
God bless.
Thank you for your service.
Item number 8, approve the appointment of Commissioner Andrew Haggerty's appointee, David Porter, to the Ethics Commission to fulfill the unexpired term ending January 31st, 2019.
Judge, Commissioners, this appointee is for the current term and will fill the position until January 31st, 2019. Commissioner Haggerty, I don't know if you want to talk about Mr. Porter?
He could not be in attendance today. We've been trying to put him on there for months. It's just been issues of being able to pull it off. Extremely well-respected executive at ADT, good man, and I think he'll do a good job on the Ethics Commission, so I move to approve.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Aye. Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So we could go to item 10, please.
Item number 10, County Administration. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement with University Medical Center to provide inmate health care and mental health care services in the El Paso County Detention System. Funding is available in account General Fund, General Administrative Professional Services Medical Jail, General Fund, Sheriff's Office Jail Annex Professional Services Medical, and General Fund, Sheriff's Office Detention Professional Services Medical Jail. Contract 2018-0891.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Commissioners Court, as you're aware, has long explored the opportunity to utilize its own hospital district to provide high quality health care services to inmates held in the county's detention facilities. The goal continues to be quality, effective care, including mental health care, in a cost-effective manner to meet jail standards and address issues that contribute to incarceration. As such, the court has made this initiative a high priority on their policy agenda. Through a unified partnership with El Paso County Hospital District and the El Paso County Sheriff, the county brings forward this interlocal agreement to accomplish this initiative. The interlocal provides for the county to pay actual cost of providing inmate health care services at both detention facilities. Services that will be provided include intake, transfer, regular assessments, sick call, dental care for emergency and palliative care, mental health services, laboratory and radiology services, emergency care, care of pregnant inmates, detoxification, care of disabled inmates and inmates requiring long-term convalescent care, pharmacy services, care of detention staff for the TB testing, the annual required TB testing, and emergency situations only, case management services for referrals, and administrative services. All services will be provided in compliance with applicable standards under the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. And El Paso County Hospital District will also create and maintain complete and accurate medical records on each inmate and provide regular reporting on services provided. The staffing that will be used by El Paso County Hospital District to fulfill these services is outlined in Attachment A to the agreement. It includes a physical health provider at each facility at a minimum of 40 hours per week, on-call coverage for all additional hours, physical health nursing, staffed registered nurses on a 24/7 basis, administrative staff for physical health consisting of a medical director and clerical staff, dental provider coverage at a minimum of 40 hours per week, and a third-party provider for mental health care services. It is understood that the county's preferred provider of mental health services is Emergence Health Network. The agreement provides that the El Paso County Hospital District make a good faith effort to subcontract with EHN for these services. If in their good faith efforts, the efforts to subcontract with EHN fail, then EPCHD will ask the county for authority to contract with a different subcontractor to provide for the mental health services. The hospital district may at its discretion bid for mental health services at the same time they're negotiating with EHN to ensure that a subcontract is in place by the commencement date of the actual services. Once the subcontract for mental health services has been obtained, the hospital district will propose an amendment of the rate schedule in Attachment D to cover the actual cost of these services. The hospital district will coordinate with the mental health provider to ensure access to the EMR system, as well as to provide appropriate and necessary mental health medications. The sheriff will be responsible for drafting and updating the Texas Commission on Jail Standards Required Health Services Plan and Mental Disability Suicide Prevention Plan, designating appropriate personnel to handle operational matters under the agreement, training the hospital district staff on departmental policies and detention system policies, providing security and transportation of inmates needing treatment in the detention system, providing the hospital district with a daily census on the numbers, names, and locations of inmates booked in and housed in the detention system, providing inmates access to hospital district providers, transporting inmates to off-site health care when required, providing input to the hospital district on performance of on-site medical staff, and reviewing and accepting the hospital district policies and procedures. The county is responsible for allocating funding for reasonable and required services, and also for funding the necessary capital equipment for startup, assisting with the implementation and installation of the wiring and cabling for the electronic medical records, and reviewing of contract to address contractual issues and for alignment with county strategy. The estimated cost for the services for staffing, operations, administrative support services, third-party administration for outside services, and the administration fees is $8,684,000 and $684,211. The total startup capital is $1.2 million, and then we expect to have a transition services of not to exceed $583,000 while the hospital district prepares to take over services from the current provider. The funds are budgeted, and I want to clarify that this amount is a not to exceed. If costs are lower to the hospital district, the county would realize the savings. Additionally, throughout the contract, we'll be working closely with the hospital district to make sure that it's covering both their cost and the county's needs, and that we're not being billed for amounts that are not utilized. As far as the breakdown of the cost, you'll see at the bottom the total. We have a breakdown on the admin support, the capital, the operating, and the staffing for startup. The capital costs we do not project would be ongoing into the future. That's just initial startup cost mostly for the electronic medical record. A separate agreement will be brought to the court for consideration in the next 90 days to address the transition services, which will not exceed the $583,000. And again, these are necessary for a seamless transition of services between the current provider and the hospital district. And these costs will include the hiring of a director, HR staff for recruitment and support, IT support, nursing staff, and other staffing at various intervals prior to the actual implementation date. And in order to prepare for the interlocal and necessary equipment, the county will be required to reimburse the hospital district for the necessary capital of the $1.28 million, and that funding would come from our capital improvement fund unallocated miscellaneous balance. The funds are budgeted for the $8.6 million in operational and administrative support cost. I believe I've covered these. Are there any questions I can answer? I do have the hospital district here as well for any questions we may have. And they have been a really great partner with us. As the court knows, we have been working on this for a couple years now. Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Pettis, you all have gone on some trips with us to tour other jail facilities where there is already a partnership between the local hospital district and the jails to provide these services. And it's been a long time goal of the court. So I really appreciate the partnership that University Medical Center, the hospital district and their team have helped us through this process.
And Commissioners, the judge had to step out for a little while. Any questions? I'd like to have Mr. Cintron, if you don't mind, talking to us about what you just heard insofar as how you're going to be executing that plan.
Well, as you know, actually about a year ago, I think it was, we were approached to see about looking at this. You had provided us a tour, Commissioner, and we could see that there was a lot of gaps, and I think everybody recognized that. This contract addresses a lot of that. Does it address everything? Not for the first year, but we'll be working on the second year. You know, we talked about inpatient dialysis services and other enhanced services that we could provide our inmates. Our goal is to be able to get to that. I think this is a very good first step. I believe that we'll be able to improve services. When we toured the jail services here, as well as Bexar County and Tarrant County, we saw a lot of good things that we could duplicate. We know, for example, in terms of pharmaceutical services, we could do so much better for our inmates that they get timely access to their medications that they need for their health. And I like the idea that it's not just once they're released, they're out in the system, but that there's some plan for some continuation of care for them while they're in our community. So working with Betsy has been really a pleasure. She's very focused. Her team is as astute as ours, so that's always great. I think this will be our first year doing this, so it'll be, a part of a learning experience for us, because our goal is to do it right and to make sure, as I've mentioned before, that we comply with all the standards that the jail has to comply with to make sure that we provide the best care to our inmates in that area.
And Mr. Cintron, it really does make sense. We have one in this region and not taking advantage of it. So this, as you said, is a great first step. And as we move into the future, I know that we're going to be tweaking it for it to be a lot more efficient and smoother. Commissioners?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Cintron and your staff for working on this. I know that this is one of the first conversations you and I had when you first came into your new position. The prior administration was not really willing to do something like this, and so I'm very happy that you were willing to listen to us and take this into account, and here we are. So I think that's great. I want to thank our staff as well for all the hard work. I think that they know that this has been a priority of ours for a long time, and it just makes sense. It's the most logical, I think, choice here. And I also want to thank you for, on behalf of EHN's board, that you are still on, but will no longer be on in about a couple of weeks. But making sure that EHN continues to be the mental health care provider within the hospital. It's a move that we made as a commissioner's court not too long ago as well, and I think it's been working out. There were some difficulties in the beginning, but it's working out, and so that partnership I think is very important, and I thank you for agreeing to continue that partnership.
Well, we're fully supportive of EHN. It's really a board that I was very proud to serve on, and though my term is ending at the end of this month, I know your term continues, and I look forward to continued partnerships. As you know, we're working with EHN in terms of extended observation units. We've talked to our other healthcare competitors to be able to look at doing the same thing that'll benefit the community. That, coupled with a crisis intervention team, will be a big advantage to our organizations to be able to provide better care. So we're fully committed with that and with EHN. They're a great organization.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cintron. Betsy, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
I also just wanted to mention we couldn't have done this either without both our legal team, Holly, and then the hospital's legal team, Omar, and then also the sheriff. He and Chief Witten and their team have been very helpful when I needed quick, short access to the jail for the hospital district. We needed data, we needed information on utilization of healthcare in the jails. They have been very cooperative. They have been very helpful. I really do believe that going forward, we're going to have a better daily operational oversight. And I just wanted to mention a couple more things. Services that UMC is going to add that we don't currently get right now. UMC is going to work on both. At times, we have to seek medical care outside of the jail. This contract includes UMC using their third-party administrative services to get better rates and to get coverage quickly and easily for outside services when they are needed. UMC is also bringing in a higher level of staffing at the intake, which will help us identify and catch issues before they even come into the jail, helping us control our cost, and also being able to address more issues on the front end before they become a problem, which is always results in savings. And so just a lot of, we're looking forward to added value from this agreement as well.
Thank you, Betsy. Holly, I see you at the warm-up bench there. Did you want to speak?
The only thing that I would point out is yesterday we actually did receive another document from UMC that is called a value-added services that basically goes along with Betsy just told you, and we would actually like to incorporate that as part of the agreement. So when you make your motion would be a motion to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the contract, but to include the value-added services as an attachment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Pettis, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, I have a quick question. Regarding the CIP request that's going to be necessary to jumpstart this, is that going to adversely affect, I guess, other CIP requests that were in the queue? I mean, did this sort of leapfrog over other requests that we were looking to fund?
It definitely is coming from the same CIP funding, but earlier in the year when we began to work on this, we did leave sufficient funds in the miscellaneous unallocated balance to cover, knowing that this request would be coming forward. Wally, do you want to go over the whole balance of the miscellaneous account?
Yes, Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. We currently have a little over $2 million unallocated. So as Ms. Keller mentioned, we took this CIP request into consideration with our allocation we make on an annual basis, and on also in addition to the upcoming item you have, that is another CIP impact. That annual replenishment of $4.1 million, the committee looks at that and makes recommendations to the court to meet our ongoing day-to-day operational needs. So I don't foresee this having an impact. And in the end, these assets will be in the jails. They'll be county assets and will benefit this county, as all the other CIP will benefit for years to come.
Okay. There was a provision in the contract regarding cost adjustments every 2 years. Is that language a standard where there wasn't a particular inflator? It just said that that we will cover the increased costs every 2 years.
So originally there was a CPI inflator in the language, and I asked that it be removed because this court approves both the budget for the hospital district and the budget for the county. And so I did not want to lock a court into either requiring an increase to this contract greater than what is required or less than what it approves for the hospital district. So it'd be up to the court for each time that it's going to consider a hospital budget and a county budget. This will be part of our process to do an evaluation of actual cost. And then, for example, I've seen this court ask the hospital district to increase wages. And so if you're asking a hospital district to increase wages, but then you have a cap on this contract with how much it can increase, you're asking the hospital to pick up funding for a county operation. And so I limited it to specific to actual cost, not to some percentage.
And then the differences in cost between the annex and the downtown facility, is that just due to intake?
It's due to intake and to admit, yes. And actually, that's why I broke it down. I even broke down the administrative cost because in the backup, the administrative cost is actually in the total for in downtown, but intake is the big differentiator. And I think there's more also pharmacy. Give me just a second. It's mostly intake is the larger cost on downtown.
Okay, because we have about twice as many inmates in the annex as we do to the downtown facility, and I just wanted to to make that everyone aware. I too want to just extend my thanks to everybody who worked on this, and this has been many years in the making. Previously when we did bring this up with previous administrations, they sort of gave us this look and said there was no chance of this happening. And it made no sense that we were shipping off $8 million or whatever the value of the contract was to an outside entity when we have our own county hospital district. So I really appreciate everybody's work and UMC for their willingness to hear us out and to take this on. We really do appreciate it. So with that, sure. So with that, I'll move to approve, and then there was also the addition for the judge to sign.
So it would include the value-added services as the amendment.
To include the value-added services to the amendment. Okay. Okay.
Second. Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Judge, or Commissioners. I appreciate that.
Item number 16, Health and Social Services. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the potential consolidation of El Paso's public housing authorities.
And I know we have several speakers that would like to address this, but Joel, you want to go ahead and get this started for us?
Yes. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Joel Bishop with County Administration. This item is a very complex item. There's many different opinions and perspectives. The county currently benefits from having two very high-functioning and well-respected housing authorities. This, of course, leads to the quandary that we have here with the potential merger. You recently heard a lengthy presentation on the topic from both EPSHA and HACEP. The only additional factual information that you've received since then is a bulleted topic sheet from HACEP. Both HACEP and EPSHA are here this morning to address the court and answer questions. There may be others as well. The county administration, as we've looked into this, we don't have a recommendation regarding the timing of this decision and the merger, but we do think this is a good opportunity to ask questions and resolve any clarifications that you may have on this topic of this merger. Some considerations for the court if a merger is approved, which would require a decision by the court that it's more efficient and economical to merge. The court would need to approve a resolution in the future, and according to HUD's guidelines, it would probably take, you're looking about 6 months to actually complete a merger after a resolution is approved. So with that being said, there may be other, EPSHA and HACEP both may be able to answer questions or additional concerns, even regarding the effects on county employees regarding a potential merger. And with that, I will turn it back over to the court for questions, if you have any questions for me or others who are present.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Before we move on, because we do have several individuals signed up to speak on this item, I know that we were given a legal perspective on the item today, and if we could just maybe get perspective on it in terms of what can happen on today's item.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. We can approach it a couple of ways. I can do a cursory overview in terms of what the statute provides. If the court wishes, we can go into executive session to discuss a little bit more details in terms of the options and what the potential implications are under the specific statute. So it's up to the court. Would you just like me to give a cursory overview?
Just a cursory overview, please.
Sure. So there's a provision in your Texas Local Government Code that sets out how this process gets started. And so in terms of effectuating a merger, what needs to happen is a resolution needs to be adopted by the Commissioner's Court and also by the City of El Paso. And in that resolution will have to be certain findings that would effectuate the merger. And so as the statute provides that the Commissioner's Court would need to first make a determination that there's a need for merger, that it's economical to do so, and that there's also efficiency reasons as why you would want to move into that merger. And so we equate that, and my legal analysis on that is that there has to be that finding within this particular resolution. If the court were to adopt that resolution and the city adopts that resolution for all intensive purposes.
And also the city's housing authority as well. Is that correct? Is that part of the statute?
It's the city, the municipality itself.
I thought it was the city, the county, and the city's housing authority. Is that not?
I'll have to double check, but it's that whole process there. And
so. Okay,
so
just clarify. Thanks.
Yes, and so that then, for all intensive purposes, would then begin the process for the merger, and for all intensive purposes, it is the bodies taking that position that they would want merger to occur. It's something similar, if I can equate that to the Commissioner's Court, with, for example, if the court wishes to do a condemnation on a particular piece of property, there are specific findings that the court has to make, and that becomes part of your record. Those become part of your documents that then moves it along in case there is any issue or legal challenge to the merger itself. So that's a brief overview on that process. That does not mean or prevent the court from having further discussions to kind of flesh out some of those issues that establish that need to make those findings. But that would be the initial process. And then, of course, later down along the line and down the road, there is that process that would have to be coordinated and takes a little bit more of a lengthier process with the state and then with HUD for the merger.
Thank you. Commissioners, if it's okay with you, perhaps we can have those that have signed up to speak on this item come up and share their perspective. Is that okay? Okay. So the first individual is Mr. Fermin Acosta with the El Paso County Housing Authority.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Commissioners. Thank you all very much. We were a little surprised this item was placed on the agenda, but we're here to see if you have any questions that you would like to address to the El Paso County Housing Authority. We'd be more than happy to attempt to answer the questions that you all might have. We feel that as a board, that if that action has been decided for you guys to take that action, that at a minimum, the clients of the El Paso County Housing Authority should be notified and should be made public to them that in effect this is in the process of occurring. And short of that, we're just here to see if you have any questions that you would like to ask us.
Thank you. Probably not at this time, but if you would stick around and we'll ask if that comes up. The next individual is Ms. Connie Crawford. Okay. Senator Rodriguez. Good morning, Senator.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here in a building where I spent 20 years, and I have deep appreciation for the service that you have provided, as well as Commissioner Haggerty, I wanted to also thank you for your service and congratulate you for having done a tremendous job. And everybody else has already said what contributions you have made, so I'm not going to spend time on that. I just wanted to make sure I could give you my own congratulations. And to Commissioner Haggerty in particular, I wanted to say that it is a sad day when a Haggerty's voice is not going to be heard on Commissioner's Court, because all those 20 years that I was here, we had a Haggerty, but that's the way things go. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to comment on this. My purpose here is basically to, and I just heard the county attorney echo some of what she said, but add a little bit more from the legislative perspective. I was the sponsor of the bill on the Senate side that passed this bill and helped draft some of the language that's in the bill now. It's not the same language when it was first introduced. It was part of the 2013 county legislative agenda, and I was asked to carry it on the Senate side, much like what you're going to discuss in the other agenda item, the county legislative agenda. And so at that time, as I recall, there was a need to have a bill passed because there were all kinds of issues, administrative and otherwise, with the operation of the County Housing Authority. I don't think that's relevant to discuss here at this point, but that's what necessitated passing this legislation. And I guess what I want to focus on is the process. I want to make clear, by the way, Judge and Commissioners, I'm not here to offer an opinion one way or the other as to whether this should be done or not. I think that's a decision that you all make as part after you receive input during the process that was mentioned by the county attorney's office. And what I wanted to focus, though, is on that process and specifically emphasize on some of the language in the bill that we passed that says that this governing body, as well as the city, the governing body at the municipality level, can adopt a resolution declaring, first of all, that there's a need for the merger. And then it says only if, and only if, the Commissioner's Court and the governing body of the municipality each find that a merged housing authority would be more efficient or economical than separate county and municipal housing authorities in carrying out the purpose of this chapter. Now, that language that was inserted in the bill about being, after a finding that it's efficient and economical, was intended, and here I'm talking about our legislative intent at the time, was intended to ensure that there was a thorough review of the various factors, data, information, if you will, to support the finding in a resolution that in fact this merger would be more efficient or economical than leaving things the way they are. And in our legislative intent, the purpose was to ensure that there would be information and input provided by all the various stakeholders, and not just the El Paso County Housing Authority, not just the El Paso County Housing Authority, but also, as was suggested by the county attorney or somebody, the residents, the people, I think the word used was clients, that are being impacted and affected by this, as well as just the general community and elected officials like myself who have an interest in this as the sponsor of the bill, as well as Representative Gonzalez, who represents this particular area in her jurisdiction. And she authorized me to say to you that she couldn't be here today because she had to be in Austin, otherwise she would have been here. But she feels very strongly about, as I do, about getting input from the community at large, and specifically the residents of the Housing Authority, the Board of Managers at the Housing Authority, and others that have deep insight into this. And I guess since he's sitting right next to me, also your new elected county judge, our new elected county judge, who I understand does have some personal insight into the operations of the County Housing Authority. So this is a process that is intended to gather a lot of information that you can, if you make the decision, include in the resolution, both on the county side and on the city side, making the express findings required by the statute. And so I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you some of that legislative intent, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions initially, commissioners? Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Senator.
Judge and Commissioners. Appreciate it.
And I believe the final speaker, and if somebody would like to speak, if you'd please sign up, they'll bring the form up, is Mr. Miguel Hernandez with the county's Housing Authority. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Miguel Hernandez, Executive Director for the El Paso County Housing Authority. Approximately a little over 2 years ago, the El Paso County Commissioners Court here appointed new Board of Commissioners for the El Paso County Housing Authority. These volunteers came with experience and passion to make a positive change for the families that we serve. I believe that this change is why you have seen a positive transformation of our authority. You may recall in recent quarterly reports the wonderful partnerships that we have established, such as the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence, and how together we are now addressing housing and other services to survivors of domestic violence. The Workforce Borderplex, which allows our location in Fabens to provide a on-site kiosk and provide work profiles, assist them with resumes, job training, and job searches. This eliminates transportation issues and allows residents from Tornillo, Clint, San Elizario, and Fabens to have access to employment services. I do not plan to go into every single partnership. You have seen that firsthand here. But I wish for this court to recognize that the launch of our Family Self-Sufficiency Program has brought services to these rural communities that did not exist previously. The success of this program has permitted us to open our housing wait list twice this year, and that is very significant. Additionally, the EPSHA has secured new HUD funding to house homeless veterans under the VASH program. We did phenomenally well. That HUD notified us 3 months ago and increased our HUD funding for the VASH program. We have also submitted and got approved for additional funds to house and subsidize rent for families with disabilities under the mainstream program. We have submitted to new housing funds made available through NOFA's notices at the HUD website, and we plan to grow in order to address families facing poverty in the county communities. I would like to respectfully inform the court today that several residents have contacted me in regards to the consolidation and how they oppose it. I do believe that the level of transparency and dedication from the EPSHA board and the commitment and community engagement from the EPSHA staff has sparked hope to the residents. They fear the change would cause the level of service that they have come to expect from EPSHA. I would respectfully request the Commissioners Court to take the time to hold meetings with the residents so that you may hear firsthand their position and obtain confirmation that EPSHA is addressing the housing needs and that EPSHA should continue to operate independently. And lastly, just to put on the record here that during these past couple years, EPSHA has been recognized as high performer for all of our housing programs, as public housing and the housing choice voucher programs. And additionally, we can provide the court, as we have had, our annual financial audits, which have been exemplary as well. Any questions, Commissioner? Judge?
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. And our final speaker is Mr. Jerry Cichon with the City's Housing Authority. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. County Judge Jerry Cichon, CEO, Housing Authority, City of El Paso. It's difficult to say goodbye to a couple of you guys. I mean, I think it's been wonderful working with you. I appreciate all your efforts and everything you've done. And living in El Paso for the last 22 years, it's great to see both the city and the county moving forward in the right direction. And you can really pat yourselves on the back for being a big part of that. And the other thing I'd like to recognize is Senator, thank you so much, because the legislation that you worked on with us and Veronica back 5 years ago was instrumental for us to even have this conversation, which is really innovative when you think about housing, which is really kind of what I think the housing authority for the city of El Paso really is. I was kind of looking at your sign over here, and it says illuminating innovation, succeeding beyond borders. And the one thing that we have here right in the middle of your county is a border that limits our access to help to people in the county. And we are the 14th largest housing authority in the country. We house over 40,000 people. And a lot of my people would like to live in the county and they can't. Right now, 6 to 10 families a week who come through my Section 8 department cannot go live in the zip codes that you guys oversee because we are not allowed by HUD to put anybody in those particular areas. And so when you think about and the reason why we were tackling this is I talked to Veronica back 5 years ago. It was, how do you help the most number of people get out of housing? I mean, a lot of times people talk about it's housing, but it's really housing so that people don't need it anymore. And letting people live where they want to live so that it can be better for them, whether it's next to a job, whether it's next to proper schooling, whether maybe it's next to healthcare. So I think about this when I think about the homeless veterans. Miguel just talked about the VASH program. We currently house about 270 homeless veterans in the city. Access to the VA is critical. Access to where they need to move to figure out how to move into owning their own home is also critical. We've already moved 3 different veteran families from homelessness, which is living in boxes, into owning their own home. And they did it because they were able to choose where they wanted to live instead of being told where they had to live. Now, the housing authority for the city also, I think, creates additional opportunities. Where do you want to build housing? Where do you want to be in 20 years? You have a great housing authority. I've got a lot of respect for Miguel and for Mean and for Connie. I cannot tell you anything negative about that housing authority, and I'm not going to. But what I will tell you is I think by a merger, you create a symbiotic relationship across borders that creates opportunities that right now you don't have. Project-based vouchers. Right now, I have almost 6,000 vouchers, of which I can project-base 20% of them. Depending upon where the need is, which is the reason why I provided you all with a $100,000 housing study, can help us determine exactly what the interests are as private business goes and as public infrastructure is invested to fix the problems before they become significant issues, i.e. Medical Center of America. But right now, I work across the street. There's no affordable housing other than what we provide right there. When you look at where you're creating jobs, are you creating workforce housing to try to address the need before or as the companies are making decisions on where to go? This is the sophistication that we bring. This is the difference as we take a look at this. The money that you're currently looking at, we look about efficiencies. You say, okay, do we need, I believe it's 7 full-time employees to run 80 units and 200 vouchers? The answer is no, we don't. That's part of your efficiency. Our whole thing is we said, okay, our mission is to provide safe, clean, affordable, decent housing for people that are less than 80% of adjusted median income. And usually families of 4 make less than $12,000 a year. What we've done is we've created efficiencies that allow us to take money that had traditionally been put to salaries. There was a point when this housing authority, El Paso Housing Authority, had almost 900 employees. 900. And they served less people than we serve today. Today, we are at 230 employees. And we've added almost 2,000 units that did not exist in El Paso in the last 10 years. It's this type of thought process, it's this type of illuminating innovation that is allowing us to think of a region instead of as a county or a city. Whatever's the best for the families is what we should be doing. And as I look at, just even looking at Section 8, allowing the families, those 6 to 10 just last week that we had to deny, the ability to live where they choose to live for whatever their interest is, whether it's healthcare or whatever, is an innovation and a need that I think helps not only the county but also the city. We had lots and lots of conversations about this 6 years ago. I sat there with Veronica Escobar out in the county. We had multiple meetings in Socorro. We talked to the residents. Mary Gonzalez was present. Veronica Escobar was present. I was present. The conversation was always based upon a fear of change. But if you look at what the housing for the city has been able to do, that type of change has been to the net benefit. Even when you look at the fear that existed when we started our $1.3 billion transformation, we had to move 20,000 people, a lot of them in wheelchairs, 2,400 of them elderly and or disabled, to areas of town where they were afraid that if they moved, they wouldn't get health care, and they didn't even know if they'd be alive. But we did it. Have you heard complaints? In the last 8 years since we started this, and we've already moved over 10,000 people, 10,000 people. To my office alone, I've had 3, based upon the care and the focus that we try to give to the residents. This is an innovative thing, and it doesn't come without concern. But the attention that we've brought to this over the last six years has been significant. The value that comes to this. Think about your residents living in the 80 units, just having refrigeration air. That can be a reality by Christmas of next year. The monies that we can bring to bear are immediate. The changes that we can bring to bear are significant. The changes that we can bring to bear are for the people. And so it's with that, we are a resource to this county. As we tackle this next housing study, we're going to fold the county into it, because this is how we think of this particular area. It's not just a city, and it's not just a county. It's a region of people who are trying to get out of poverty and become better than what they were when they came to us. That's what we bring. Those are the efficiencies. Now, I had a conversation about the fear of employees. Right now, we have openings all over the agency. I think there's 7 full-time employees right now at the county. I have openings for property managers. I have openings in maintenance. I have openings in Section 8. The benefits that we provide are better than the benefits currently being given to the employees that work at the Housing Authority for the county. That can be a reality tomorrow. Obviously, you have a transition time frame. We don't want to leave anybody out in the cold. We are shifting our business model. There is a lot of influx. But right now, we are hiring. As we've done changes and reductions in workforce with our own people, it is true that we have done that. We've never left anybody high and dry. We have a New Horizons separations. We have all kinds of different things. But right now, we are not looking at that, and that's not being offered based upon where we are and what our needs are. I have a staff that I pay $2 million a year just to do the RAD transformation that would be brought to bear to address the housing needs that are available right now in the county with the current units. That staff burns off in the next 24 months. The empty units that I currently have to house people, if we did significant construction, will not be present in the next 24 months based upon our construction schedule. That's why as we talk about this today, there is a need and an opportunity that we can provide based upon this timing. So I want to appreciate I want to say thank you, and then I appreciate all your efforts. We are here as a resource. Anything we can do to assist, this is your decision. This isn't ours. All we're doing is letting you know what we think is the best for the people, and we are here to help in any way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cichon. Okay, I don't believe we have anyone else signed up for public comment on this item. Okay. Commissioners, would you like Commissioner Perez?
Sure. Just to put a little bit into context, this legislation was part of the county's ongoing efforts to consolidate where we could and to make efficiencies where we could. One of the bills that was very contentious during this exact same time frame during the same legislative session was the bill regarding the Emergency Services District. It's something that our state delegation worked very diligently to put forth, where the emergency services district that provide fire protection outside the city limits of El Paso sort of acted autonomously. We as commissioners were able to appoint them, but they're not elected, and yet they set an independent tax rate for people, and there was no accountability. We put forth an idea that, similar to our county hospital district, that if we bring them in where perhaps we could oversee and give final approval to their budget and to their tax rate, it creates an additional layer of accountability. There was tremendous pushback, and I'm sure members of our delegation remember, where the ESDs came in and lobbied very hard in opposition to this legislation. Fortunately, it passed. We ultimately enacted that legislation. Things were rocky for maybe the first year or two, where there was a lot of pushback between our county staff and the ESDs because they didn't want their budget to be approved by the Commissioner's Court. But if you fast forward now, that we've been now in our 4th or 5th year, the relationship is stronger than it ever has been. And a lot of these fears that existed previously, where the county was just going to say no to their budgets, or we're going to dictate how much they have to spend, or we're going to set their tax rates contrary to what it is they approved, none of that has happened. What's happened instead is that there's been improved accounting practices, improved planning. They now do engage in strategic planning, similar to what we do here at El Paso County. And our staff has been very engaged with the board members of the ESDs. And to this day, where I think now they recognize the value that this legislation brought. And ultimately, I think the people in the Emergency Services District are now better served. There's just more accountability, more transparency, and overall better practices. When it comes to regional transit, something it is that we're currently fighting for right now, there exists a divide between the city and the county. Sun Metro buses will, for the most part, except for one route, go to the city limits of El Paso, make a U-turn, and come back. The people of Socorro, San Elizario, Horizon, Fabens, Tornillo don't have the same access to public transportation that they do inside the city limits of El Paso. It's another barrier that we have fought to tear down. Ultimately, the people who live in Fabens and Tornillo and San Elizario, they go to school in El Paso. They're UTEP students. They're community college students. The people who work there, they typically work in the city of El Paso because there aren't a lot of job opportunities in places like Fabens and Tornillo. So it has been very difficult to convince the city of El Paso, another sort of partner that had a lot of hesitation, to say we should really have a unified regional transit system where a Sun Metro bus can go from Anthony, Texas to Tornillo, where folks from Horizon can easily get a bus and go to UTEP. That currently doesn't exist, but I'm proud to say that it's a very real prospect that we are going to have regional transit now for the first time, probably by 2020. But that's because we have made a concerted effort to work with our partners at the city and on the municipalities to convince them that this is in the best interests of our region. Earlier today, you saw a presentation from the partnership that we have with the Tornillo School District. We have a similar partnership with the Fabens School District. And we're currently in negotiations with Lower Valley Water District to see if we can provide increased level of services when it comes to trash pickup and other things. So these are all similar efforts where the county has been trying to consolidate where it can, to bring these folks together where we can, to improve the level of service to our residents. And it was really in that spirit that I really supported this effort. The housing authority that exists in Fabens right now has not grown over the last 30 years. There's been some increase in the Section 8 housing vouchers and the vouchers that are available. But when you compare the growth to what we have seen outside the city limits of El Paso in the unincorporated areas, compared to what has happened in the city of El Paso, where they have just done a phenomenal job of building more public housing options for the residents, it is something that I have wanted to bring to the people who live outside the city limits of El Paso. And all the folks that I have talked to, and I spoke to some of the state representatives yesterday who called me, there are some concerns that the residents are opposed, that there perhaps could be some more outreach. There's some concerns regarding oversight, that will there, in the event of the merger, could there be perhaps something on the governing board where there's a representative from outside the city limits who oversees these things. These concerns to me are not insurmountable. For me, when I look at ultimately, we have to look at what option is ultimately going to provide more public housing options to those who need it. And I understand that the residents in Fabens may be concerned, for a variety of reasons. I have every bit of confidence that these concerns are going to be overcome. But we also have to take into consideration that there's a large group of people outside the city limits of El Paso who currently don't have access to public housing. How can we best and most quickly address that? And for me, this merger seems like the most logical solution. The Housing Authority of the City of El Paso has the resources available. Currently, from my understanding, the City of El Paso Housing Authority cannot apply for tax credit housing units outside the city, outside of the city limits. Is that correct, Jerry? That you all can't apply for tax credit housing? But when you look at all the great projects that have happened in the city of El Paso, they have Art Space Lounge, they have the Blue Flame building right now that's under construction. The El Paso Housing Authority has gotten very good at applying for tax credit housing. It is a very complex, cumbersome, and for those of us here on the Commissioner's Court and in the state delegation, we get the notifications every time TDHCA approves a tax credit unit. But we have never had those outside the city of El Paso. And as the commissioner who represents Precinct 3, I think it's just a real disservice that we are not doing all that we possibly can in the fastest possible manner to provide these public housing options to our residents. And so, in hearing where like the residents in the current housing unit may be concerned, I think those concerns can be overcome. But I just want to put it this way. Even if 100% of the residents oppose this merger, who is speaking for all the people who aren't inside that housing complex who currently don't have access to public housing? And I think that's a very important component that we need to consider. So I support, having more engaged public outreach. The judge and I, and at the time it was Naomi Gonzalez, we met with the residents to address their concerns. They were told that they were going to have to move outside into the city of El Paso. They were going to have to pay their bill in the city of El Paso. It was those kinds of things that we had to make clear that that wasn't the case. And if we need to do that again, I'm confident we can do that. I don't know if it's possible to look at the possibility of amending. I don't know if it would be the bylaws to see if there could be some sort of county representation on the board. I don't know what it would take. That's one concern, that's been expressed to me. For me, it's just how can we best provide the greatest access to public housing, because there are a lot of people in Precinct 3, a lot of people outside the city limits of El Paso who don't have access to public housing. And I think it'd be very unfortunate if this effort that has been now 5 years in the making were to stop, over concerns that I think, again, we can overcome very easily. And I know there have also been some concerns, when it comes to the jobs. In the event of the merger, the City of El Paso Housing Authority has said that they won't be able to retain all the staff. I really hope that that's not a deal breaker, because, again, at the end of the day, the missions of these organizations is to provide public housing to people. If this deal can provide more public housing options to our residents, if more people can get into public housing and affordable housing, I think that's a good thing. I don't think that we should say, well, if there's 4 or 5 staffers whose jobs can't be guaranteed, I don't think that should preclude the fact that I don't think that should be a reason why we should deny public housing options to people who might get them under this arrangement. I think that's also something that we can overcome. I think if the Housing Authority, while they may not be able to agree or guarantee those jobs, if we can ensure that they get some sort of either training or in line, it can apply for other jobs that are available, whatever it is that can be done, I'm sure there is a way that we can take care of the employees in a way that is fair and responsible for them and treats them with dignity and helps them to get another job. But I don't see this as something that we should just say, well, no, because of these few employees that we can't accommodate, we're going to not do all that we can to provide more public housing in our community. So for me, that is the biggest thing. And when I had my meetings with Miguel, he was very professional throughout this whole time. And it is true what Jerry said. Miguel and his staff have been remarkably professional throughout this process. And I've told him I don't think he could have done a better job as executive director of this organization. He did a great job. But for me, it's just who can get the job done faster. the people in Tornillo and Fabens have been without additional public housing options for 3 decades. This has been very stagnant, and this is an opportunity for us, I think, to create real meaningful housing options, affordable housing options in the community that currently doesn't have a lot of options. So it's in that vein that I very much support this effort. Whatever it is that, the next steps it is that we identify, whether it be through conducting additional outreach with residents, whether it be, exploring the oversight component. I do believe that the City of El Paso Housing Authority has the ability to come in immediately and to do some good things, whether it be the RAD program with the existing housing structures, whether it be the increased availability of Section 8 vouchers, or whether it be now for their ability to then now for the first time apply for tax credit housing outside the city limits of El Paso. I don't think that we should have these, great public housing complexes just in the city. Residents outside the city limits of El Paso are just as deserving. And I think the City of El Paso Housing Authority has the ability to do that. The current administration of the County Housing Authority has not yet done that. I know they're on a waiting list to do so. But now that they're going to soon be out without an executive director, there's going to be another executive director that's going to come in that has no experience in doing this. There are very few people that have the experience of working with these tax credit units. And so I think now is the appropriate time for us to seriously consider this, before the board goes and hires another executive director. But for those reasons, I strongly believe that this is really in the best interest of the people that I represent. I think it's really going to result in more public housing options that haven't previously existed over the last several decades. And I hope that the court really gives strong consideration to this, because it is going to impact a lot of lives, because public housing and its availability is just so important moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Haggerty?
I fear the conversation of continues saying we need to talk to the residents. If I was buying an apartment complex, I wouldn't go to the residents and say, do you think it's cool if I buy it? It's just one of those things. No resident is going to say, yes, I like the idea of change. No person likes change. Nobody likes change. I think what was said is very clear is, we can update the living situation. We can give them refrigerator. We can do these different things. We have a small unit in Fabens. Nothing in Cañutillo. Nothing in Westway. We've spent a lot of time in a certain area with no real growth and real advancement. I don't like policy based on people, and that's always been my fear, and I've had that conversation today. I think Jerry does a fantastic job. My fear is who's the next guy, but that doesn't mean we hold back. Do we let our ego saying, because we're not in charge of it, we're not going to do it? I think that's the wrong way to handle policy. I am worried about the city having control and the county losing all control for the future if something goes wrong. But at the end of the day, what is best, not for our egos, not for 3 or 4 people's jobs, for the residents of El Paso County? And I'm still at odds with that. But to sit there and say, what will the residents say? I can tell you what the residents will say. They don't like change. Nobody likes change. Nobody likes change. But to say that they're going to get worse programs because a larger entity takes them on, I disagree. To say that they're going to be worse off because they're going to get refrigerated air and upgraded facilities to live, I disagree. And I think we need to be careful with the thought of we need to talk to the residents, because nobody's going to say, I love the idea of change. I don't care who you are.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just some comments on my end. I do think that this is something worth looking into. When we first discussed it during our strategic planning session in January, we set a path forward and spoke to the mayor about it, and have since received much information from both housing authorities. And I want to thank both of them for their professionalism and their responsiveness, and for being as engaged as they have been, both the city's housing authority and the county's. Obviously, we 2 of us will not be here come January, but if I could just offer my perspective, perhaps on a path forward to continue the conversation looking into this, because I do think it's incredibly important, and that it could offer our residents additional services, is to have it discussed maybe during the next strategic planning session that the county has, just to bring up to speed the two new members of the court. This is just my opinion. Perhaps have the city's housing authority present before the county's housing authority, at which the residents can be invited to share their perspectives if they wanted to. Have a presentation before the city council so that they can weigh in and provide any questions that they may have, because they are the other body that would have to approve this moving forward in a merger. And then at that point, having had those meetings and those conversations and questions answered, that perhaps findings can be made and a resolution can be put before the Commissioners Court and the city that is drafted jointly for consideration. I mean, we don't have a resolution today or those findings necessarily. I think that an argument can definitely be made that this provides efficiencies and economic benefits and benefits for the residents, which is, like Commissioner Haggerty and Commissioner Bettis mentioned, at the forefront of the conversation. But that is just my recommendation in terms of a path forward. Obviously, the court can decide to do otherwise, but insofar that we cannot take action today to officially vote on the merger, that is what I would offer in terms of perhaps next steps to continue the conversation, because I do think it's important.
I need a. Or did you want to? Quite. Okay. Tell you the truth, I don't understand, why we're having this discussion today, or why it's put on for I guess it's fine to have a discussion, but I mean, something that's posted for action. But after the last conversation that we had, Joel went around and met, I think, with all of us, and one of the things that I requested is that we reach out to the residents. I think that if there's a push to have no public process, that's a worry for me. I don't think that this should go forward without a public process. I don't think we need to go down the same road others have decided to go and ignore portions of the community. Doesn't mean that just because we have a public process doesn't mean that we have to not go forward with the merger. But I think we have to remember that we were put in office by the residents, by voters, and not just people that have money and political influence. And we need to make sure that we at least provide these people with the information, first of all, and allow them the opportunity to give us their feedback. If we don't do that, then we have no business being here. And the reason I say that is because I reached out to my appointee on this board, who happens to be a resident at the complex, and he said to me, or to my staff, that first of all, they weren't aware that this agenda item was coming up. He said the residents don't want to do the merger; it's going to hurt them, and are concerned about being kicked out. So they obviously don't have enough information about what's going on here. That is so evident to me right now, because of the message that I received from my appointee, and that's exactly why this process does not need to be rushed. That's exactly why we need to make sure that the people understand what is happening, and we can make sure that they're as informed as possible. And if we're going to move forward with this, then they understand what's going to happen, why it's happening, and some of those fears can be allayed. But I think by ramming this down somebody's throat is not the way to do it. And I'm not here to say that I am against doing the merger. I think that it's quite possible, and that this is going to benefit many families. But I do have some issues, and I think I've voiced this in the past. It's not just staff, but the Commissioners Court that I worry about consolidating power under the city under the current administration. We have a mayor and council that has many times in recent history undermined county-led initiatives that would have benefited many people. The community IDs, for example, the historic architectural survey, which we're still trying to work on. And I'm just wary of allowing the city with its current leadership and I think just blatant lack of even wanting to listen to the public, take over responsibility for a service that is so important for county residents. And this isn't a knock on you, Mr. Citron. I'm not saying that the way that you run your operation is going to, has something to do with this. But I just am very wary of the leadership right now, and taking something that the county has right now authority over and giving it to a group of people that I don't trust. I think that it's in my opinion, I think that we need to think about this very, very deeply, and we need to receive the input. And I mean, the senators here talking about this. Mary Gonzalez also reached out to me. She's also, these are her constituents, and she also requested a public process. I'm sure she reached out to you too, Commissioner Perez, and some of the other folks. Talked about having somebody from the county on the board, and even a process that would provide some way that if issues came up and we were not satisfied with the way things were going, to revert back. I'm not sure how that would play out, or if that's a possibility, but I think we should take all of this feedback into account as we're doing this. So I would request that that we not, if we're going to take any action today, that it be to direct our staff to continue with the outreach and to make sure that these folks are informed and that we receive their feedback.
Commissioner Leon?
Just real quick, so I don't belabor this much longer, I want to make some clarifications. That I've had conversations with Mr. Fermin, with Miguel, and I feel very strongly that this is probably the best idea that we can have, that merger. But we are not asking for the residents, we are not asking them permission to do this. What we want to do is make sure that they're aware that in the process of installing refrigerator there, in the process of remodeling their units, they're going to have to move out. Where do they go? Where do they come? What is the process? And that's all we're asking, that there's some notification to these folks that are out there. And the little things, I worry very much about the employees we have here in the county. I worry very much about those 7 employees that are out at those units. And in conversations that I've had with Mr. Shishon, it seems like that there's placement for them. But those little things that sometimes we don't think about, that we railroad some people that deserve to stay where they're at sometimes. So my thing is right now, insofar as board appointments, I think that's a big thing, that we are not asking permission. We want those folks to understand what the process will be.
And I think, I mean, if possible, and moving forward, I mean, it seems like the public outreach component is sort of the big theme here. And again, in my conversations with representatives, they weren't necessarily opposed to it. That was just their concern regarding the public outreach component, along with the oversight. Can we direct staff to work with both the El Paso Housing Authority, the County Housing Authority, and set a time? Because I think this issue has been the single most issue that has dragged on. And the reason why I wanted, the staff has put in a lot of time to bring us all these options, and to punt this off, before the commissioners who have heard all the information, had the opportunity to decide how to move forward. I thought it was just really necessary to give some direction. But could we set a time limit, whether it be in 90 days, so sometime from January to March, that there's some sort of public engagement process, so we can at least, be sure that we have that public outreach component, and reaching out to the representatives. But I think there's been a lot of open-ended dates, which is why this has dragged on as long as it has. And then we should also engage in conversations to see if anything can be done regarding the oversight and giving the county, perhaps one seat on the board. I don't know if that would require a bylaw change or whatnot. And then also looking at what can be done further to protect or at least assist, any employees that may be affected in this transition. But if we can set something like a 90-day period for that, I think that, so that way staff could come back. And then, Commissioner, and I hear your point about the city, but it's important to keep in mind the city of El Paso, regardless of differences you may have, but this isn't something that they oversee, nor is it something that we really oversee. We appoint a board. Their funding is from the federal government. The Board of Commissioners, sets and hires the executive director. The board that is appointed by the city of El Paso, they don't receive any funding from the city. The city does not manage it. The city manager has nothing to do with this. It's completely independent. So that is the nature of housing authorities. But that's what I would propose, that we set some sort of time frame so we can move forward. So we're no longer wasting everybody's time, that this is just something that we're going to continue talking about open-ended without discussions. I think if we can set a 90-day time frame, I think that's reasonable to help inform the public and to iron these other issues out.
I'm okay with a 90-day process. I think in that time frame, the city of El Paso needs to receive a presentation as well, so that the mayor and council have the opportunity to ask questions. We could approve something here and they could decline and the entire thing falls apart. So there's no point in spinning our wheels and worrying our residents if we don't at least have some perspective on where the city is on this. I do think it would also be helpful to have the city's housing authority present to the county's housing authority formally, and also for Mr. Cichon to present to his housing authority so that they understand what's happening here, so that all parties involved have perspective and have a chance to weigh in. So I'm wondering if sometime early in the new year, Commissioner, perhaps that timeline can be put together by staff and what that would look like over this potentially 90-day period or however long it may take. Bring that back to the Commissioner's Court, and hopefully at that point, the incoming county judge, Mr. Samaniego, and Mr. Robinson will have had an opportunity to be briefed on this by staff and those that are involved. Is 90 days sufficient or okay with members of the court, or is that time frame?
Is that enough time for you, Joel, to?
Yeah, I think 90 days is plenty of time for us to follow that process and bring this back to the court.
Now, just to be clear, the 90 days is to complete this public process, not necessarily to come back with a timeline, but maybe have a timeline early January, and that will lay out specifically what this will look like, when presentations will be made, ensure the residents are notified of the presentation before the county's housing authorities so they can be there if they so wish to. So it may go slightly beyond that 90-day period, depending on when you come back to the court with that timeline. But if there can be just clarity on that, that would be helpful. And I know that this has taken some time, but I think part of it is that there was a lot of information being requested by the various parties, and that was coming in little by little. And so I think we have a lot of information for folks to digest at this point, but now it's just that public piece of making sure everybody has that same information moving forward. So, okay. Is that okay, Commissioner? Yeah, Commissioner.
So the motion is going to be described how, Christina?
Well, I guess I would suggest that if we could have county staff work with both housing authorities to engage in public outreach, to inform the residents, about a merger, and then also during that time to see what can be done about oversight. If there can be some sort of representation, on a consolidated board of some sort.
So as I understand your motion, it's not binding other than bringing in further information.
Right. I hope we're putting a little bit more structure to it in terms of, so after this 90-day period, I hope then that would, the court can come back and then make a determination. Because again, I do see, in speaking to Representative Gonzalez, and she acknowledged that, residents might be staunchly opposed to this. But that's not necessarily good enough reason to deny public housing to other people who currently don't have it. And so, but nonetheless, we need to make every effort that we can to just make sure that the information about this merger is provided to current residents, who might be affected if there's a RAD reconstruction. And yes, they will have to be relocated for a certain period of time, as other residents in the City of El Paso Housing Authority have been. But I hope after the 90-day period, then we can really hone down this.
So for purposes of the motion, it's an informational gathering type of motion.
I have a proposed, and maybe we can, you tell me what you think of that. Direct staff to lay out a plan and timeline regarding a public engagement process, engage in conversations with oversight to include a county seat on the board, and overall procedure regarding merger, and to direct staff to bring back those recommendations to the Commissioners Court before final
Well, I was hoping that we would actually engage in the public comment within the 90 days.
Okay, that can change.
Is that I mean, is that I don't want to.
Yeah.
So this is just bringing back the timeline, which would say that So what Christina was suggesting in the motion is that by early January, we would bring back a timeline that includes each of those steps. Like, when will the meetings be with the residents? What is our plan to discuss the bylaw or seat on the board governance issue with the City Housing Authority and the other merger issues that have been mentioned here today, such as a presentation to City Council, a presentation to the County Housing Authority. So we would bring that back in early January, a timeline to complete those within a 90-day period.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Just to clarify, be brought back in early January 2019 regarding a public engagement process, engage in conversations with oversight to include a county seat on the board, and procedure regarding merger to include presentations to City Council, County Housing Authority, and the County Housing Authority, and for the process to be completed within 90 days.
And for the City of El Paso Housing Authority, I mean, is that, I know this has been already delayed for some time. Does that cause any undue hardship that would prevent this from going forward?
Not at all. I think we can pretty much take care of all those requests and those discussions. In regard to the conversations about oversight of additional persons on the board, that conversation was had in depth with Veronica Escobar when we passed the legislation. Based upon the size of the City Housing Authority being a $100 million a year budget, with the County Housing Authority being a fraction of that, we decided that was not an opportunity for us. And so that was one thing that was discussed. And we're more than welcome to discuss that some more. Obviously, the management of those units that you have out there, if it was, how about this? I'll save this, because there's a lot to go through that obviously was discussed 5-6 years ago. We can do this in 90 days. We can have those hearings. We can have those meetings. And we'll provide you a fantastic, I think, outcome, probably in March of 2019.
I mean, I understand it's a $2.2 million budget now, but I mean, if you all are going to undergo significant expansion efforts, I mean, I think that's something to take into consideration. Is the possible?
It is. There's no question that it is. But just realize that all of those resources are going to come from the city. All of the dollars that are going to be spent. So I mean, if we're going to tackle this, I mean, just for that study alone, that was $100,000 just out of cash in order to do the study itself. When you do a tax credit application, that's $100,000. When you start talking about gap funding, you're talking about $1 million to $5 million to do a complex like we've done. If you look at just Blue Flame alone, that was $10 million out of our pocket. Not to mention the $37 million. You got to realize there's an investment that we're bringing, and that was one of the things that was discussed as we passed the legislation back in 2013.
Right. But I guess in sort of what I said about the spirit of sort of taking down these barriers and...
Right, yeah, we got to get some eliminating innovation on this one. I agree with you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Senator, would you like to say something?
Well, Mr. Chichon is still here. On the issue of governance, I suspect that may require, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Shishon, some legislative change, some statute that authorizes, because presently in the law, it provides for the number of representatives on the board of the Housing Authority, and specifically states that you have to have a resident of the Housing Authority. And so this is a merger. You're creating a new entity, and I suspect that, correct me if I'm wrong, Jerry, but that may necessitate some statutory change as well. I haven't kept up with the HUD regulations. I worked with HUD for 3 years right out of law school, but I'm not familiar with what the current HUD guidelines may be with regard to representation. And so I'm just putting that out here to have you think about that as one possibility. And then the other point is that, as I heard the motion, which is fine, but I want to reemphasize that our legislative intent with regard to the efficiency and the economical feasibility of this is intended to look at those in a concrete way, not just simply to have a declaration or a finding generally stating we think this would be more efficient, we think this would be more economical. There should be some data, some support findings, both from the City Housing Authority side, because they're under the statute required to pass their own resolution, and certainly on the county's resolution, when you have that finding that indeed you've already also consulted with the County Housing Authority in terms of how efficient they have been, how economical is their operation, and be able to weigh that with all of the information that you're going to be looking at. And so when you make that finding, that it is supported by the evidence on those 2 points.
I think that's a good idea, Senator, because if we don't take that step, I think we set ourselves up for a legal challenge if we're not following what the statute says.
Well, the statute itself has a section that says that by passing these resolutions, you are protecting yourself against legal challenges. In a way, I'm just summarizing. But the intent is if you have a resolution with these specific findings, and that I would suggest to avoid litigation, have the backup information to support those findings, then the statute essentially says that insulates you from some lawsuit.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Judge.
And so I think we can move forward with the motion, but I think it will be important that in that 90-day process that fact-finding continue, and I think we have quite a bit of information already, which is great. And that in that time frame that resolution also be drafted and potentially shared with the city of El Paso so that it is a joint resolution if it does go before both bodies that is in unison and not separate language. So I believe we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate it, Commissioner. We are at noon, and we have quite a bit left on the agenda. And so before we move on, I know we have a press conference at 2 o'clock. I don't know that we will not be done by then. I'm pretty sure. And so I'm wondering if, and Ms. Sanchez, if it's okay to talk about this, to maybe have a member of the court attend the press conference, because we will probably still be in Commissioner's Court. Commissioner Leon, I know that you were probably planning on speaking at the press conference.
I can stay here. I think it'd probably be more appropriate for somebody else, but whatever the court wishes.
I'm happy to also stay, but if you'd like for me to go, I can go. I was going to defer to you, actually, but if you'd like for me to go, I can go.
Since this is the last Commissioner's Court, stick around. I'll go.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. So Commissioner Leon will head to the press conference. If we could just maybe notify the Borderplex of that. It would be ideal to finish the regular session agenda, and if the court would like to take a break then to have lunch, we can, and then go into executive. But we'll continue to forge forward and hopefully get that done here relatively soon, and maybe even in time for Commissioner to have lunch before he heads to the press conference. So with that said, let's go ahead and take item. We do have some members of the public here for a few items. I know we have members here for item 15, and I think everything else is staff related. So let's go ahead and take item 15.
Item number 15, economic development. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding proceeding with a contract for the creation of a minimum revenue guarantee fund to increase air services from El Paso to other cities.
Ms. Keller, were you going to provide that presentation? Or I know we have a member here from Borderplex. I'm sorry that we have to go out of order so much today, but trying to get those that are only here for certain items out of the meeting. So.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. This item is to go over an item we've discussed a couple times in the past. It's a minimum revenue guarantee fund. So previously, Borderplex Alliance, in conjunction with LB Schmidt and Associates, came forward to the Commissioners Court requesting $475,000 from the county to help fund the minimum revenue guarantee to expand air services to key cities out of El Paso. So you actually see where we signed an agreement retaining services from LB Schmidt. This was a 3-phase service agreement. We paid the first phase, which was $9,667. And then in August, Borderplex concluded phase 1 and stated that $300,000 in verbal pledges had been made from the private sector to help towards a minimum revenue guarantee fund. September 10th, we requested and the court approved funding for phase 2 of the consultant's study, which was $8,667. Borderplex presentations on the need for air service expansion were given in November at a special meeting. It identified the target cities and made a formal request of $475,000. You all, during your meeting on November 19th, approved your economic impact fund policy, which was, it says $300,000, but $500,000 of that was set aside for HFFI, leaving $2.5 million in your current economic impact fund. And then December 10th, last Monday, you approved the funding for phase 3 of the consultant, which is $8,667 and takes us through April of 2019. And I apologize for the typo on there. So today is discussion approval for participation from the county for the air service expansion and the participation in the minimum revenue guarantee. Arturo from our Economic Development Department has been doing some research with other counties as well that we're going to mention that to you in this presentation. But under the Economic Impact Fund eligibility criteria, you have two areas in your policy. The business projects that would result in a direct benefit to El Paso County by closing the gap or reducing or eliminating the unfilled demand of a service or a product. And then for initiatives that would positively impact or directly influence the community's economic growth, thus improving the quality of life for the region. The airline service expansion project meets both of these criteria by providing a solution to the demand for new direct flights to target cities and connecting industries among one another. So here's how a minimum revenue guarantee fund works. Basically, we're using XYZ Airlines in this example, flight from El Paso to San Francisco. And this is a 1-year contract period that would be entered into between the fund administrator, basically, and the airline. And we have $1.5 million is in this example into the dedicated escrow account prior to service launch. And then the target report for monthly revenue for this airline, as an example, would be $1 million. So you'll see that in month one, the goal is $1 million. In this example, they reach $850,000. They're short $150,000. In month two, they are about $87,500 short on their revenue targets. And then in month three, they actually exceed their revenue target by $345,000. As you see, you go through the entire 12 months, and you'll see where they're some months exceeding, some months below their revenue targets. This is important to the next slide that I'm going to discuss with you. So we have some recommendations if the court does decide to move forward with setting up this minimum revenue guarantee fund, which will be helpful in attracting additional routes. All generated private funds placed in the minimum revenue guarantee fund be used prior to public funds. This was some advice we received from some other entities or some other communities that we reached out to that they had suggested in their agreement. And that also that funding be set on a quarterly basis. And using an example where a airline meets the target one month, doesn't meet it the next. If you did it on a month-to-month basis, same exact scenario for the airline in both of these examples. If you did it on a month-to-month basis, the minimum revenue guarantee would have paid out $2,000 in quarter one, or on a month-to-month basis, over the 3 months of quarter one in the first example. If you set it up on a quarterly basis, the county would have paid out zero, because on a quarterly basis, they exceeded their target sufficiently enough to offset their shortage. And so that was something else we learned on our research that we would recommend the county consider if it does establish the funding, that it be reconciled on a quarterly basis versus a monthly basis. So the options for the court to consider today is to fund as requested at $475,000, or you could fund at a lower amount or a percentage of the total and require additional work to obtain additional funding from other sources. Again, if the goal is to get a $1.5 million minimum revenue guarantee fund, at $475,000, the county is funding approximately a third of that, just under a third, at the request of $475,000. Or you could fund it based on a percentage of other sources. And these are just some examples that we've provided for you. If you wanted to say we would fund 0.75% of our sales tax, that's approximately $344,385. We used 2017 numbers because those were readily available when we were making the presentation. Or not necessarily that it would come from hot tax. We haven't reviewed legally whether this would qualify for hot tax, but to set an amount not to exceed 10% of what the county collects for hotel tax. These were just some examples of something you could tie it to if you wanted to base it on some other percentage. And these are based on input and comments we've heard from the court over the past few months as this item has been discussed. We also have Robert Palacios from Borderplex Alliance here, who has been working on this project, if you all have any questions.
I do have one quick question. Has this been taken to the city council consideration?
I do not believe it's been approved by city council yet.
Has a presentation even been made? Can you come up to the podium, please, Mr. Palacios? I just don't know if we're the only entity that has received the information thus far, or if they're engaged already.
They are engaged. They have not taken a vote, but we are working on getting that on the calendar for January. Obviously, because of the holidays, it was a little difficult to get it in the later part of December, but they are aware of this, and we hope to have this scheduled for a vote next month.
Commissioners, any thoughts? I know that we've discussed this several times, and we've at least discussed this at one or two meetings prior in terms of the ask of the 475 and it coming from the Economic Impact Fund. And we've talked about not wanting to necessarily deplete that very quickly because there have been several asks for use of that money already, and we're early on in the year. But But any thoughts with making a commitment for the full funding now?
Has there been any other further outreach to the state since the last time we talked?
Yes, so we have continued outreach to the state representative Cesar Blanco in his office. We have contacted as well the office of State Senator Jose Rodriguez. I'll be honest, we had kind of backed off on that a little bit because we wanted to be able to go to them, organize a larger thing with all of the state delegation once we already had some kind of commitment from the city and or the county. So we haven't gotten to the point of asking them for money or any kind of funding, in terms of a hard dollar amount. But they are aware of this, and we have indicated that would be something that we'd likely do in the future. The near future is ask the state to contribute to this in some way, because as we've discussed before, in some of the other places where this has been done, in Kentucky and in Indiana and other places, the state government has been the number one source of funding. Every state is a bit different. Here in Texas, our circumstance is a little bit different with having a lot more major airports than those states do. But we do anticipate that the state will come in and support this dollar amount to be determined, but more confident that they will that they will participate.
And have I heard correctly from Ms. Keller, the 475 is a third of the total amount that's needed at this point, correct?
Correct.
And so do we anticipate that if the county approves this, the city approves 475, you're confident the other 475 would be raised then from the private sector and the state?
The private sector and the state, yes. I think we're pretty confident that that amount could be covered by some combination of the state and the private sector.
And do we feel confident that if the state doesn't come in to provide any funding that the private sector will kick in their amount? My only concern is that we're going to be asked to come back and approve an additional amount if we don't have that third link.
No, I think, we can say that's highly unlikely that we'd ask the county to go above and beyond the 475. This was already done kind of with the anticipation that we'd be getting hopefully support from the city and then also something from the private sector and hopefully the state as well. So I think it's highly unlikely that we would come back and ask the county for additional funds above and beyond the 475. Not to say that, 5 years in the future we wouldn't do something like this again, but at least for this project, I don't anticipate that happening.
But you don't have money from the state, the city, or the private sector?
We're in conversations with that at the moment, with them at the moment for that.
But for us to give $500,000 on the, and no offense, but the hopefully we're getting money from everybody else too.
Right. Well, I think it's important to understand that right now what we're asking for is not, no money will be transferred at the moment, because this money would only, the funds would only be transferred if and when we are successful at recruiting a flight. And while we're optimistic that that is going to happen based on the data that we've reviewed, it's not an absolute guarantee that an airline would actually be willing to start a flight. I think it's a remote chance they wouldn't be, but that it's not zero. So at the moment, what we're asking for is actually not a financial contribution per se. It's a pledge that if and when a flight is secured, then and only then would the money be requested.
Commissioners, go ahead, Commissioner Pettis.
So the hot tax, is that an acceptable use of hot funds?
I'd have to research a little bit more in terms of whether or not this is the first time I've heard that they were considering the use of hot funds. And I see there on your presentation, Ms. Kelly, that you also included sales tax. Is that what? Yeah, I'd need to look at that further, Commissioner, to make a legal determination, whether that's permissible for this particular project.
And was the thought on that just so we don't erode the economic development, because that can
that was just used as an example of you could tie it to something, the amount to something. And on hot tax, I don't know that it's appropriate use of the actual hot tax revenue. I know sales tax goes into general fund and it can be used for general operating purposes. But we're using those as examples of something you could tie an amount to. If you wanted to set it to a percentage of something, or set it, and then going forward, something is to consider in the next budget cycle, whether you wanted to budget it as not as part of the Economic Impact Fund, but as an added expense based on sales tax revenue.
So it's possible we could do a combination of sources. I mean, if it is an acceptable use, perhaps 10% there, and then maybe giving the difference of the 100,000 then from the Economic Development Fund to preserve that for actual economic development uses.
It is possible at that point, but we would have to verify that it is an acceptable use of hot tax dollars. I don't know if it is or not.
Okay. I mean, I guess the question really is just, are we okay with the 475? And I mean, I guess we could figure out those details later. I mean, as I said, I mean, I think as was stated, it's not like we're giving this funding now. There actually has to be a commitment from an airline to come in, and ultimately, I think that would be great news for the community. And then even then, I don't think the drawdown is going to go down to zero.
No, it would be highly unlikely that an airline, if they anticipated that the drawdown would go to zero, that they would even consider.
So I see what you all are trying to do. I mean, it's just trying to get pledges so you can get this going. And I mean, I think this is a worthwhile pledge. And I think once we get an airline to commit, I think that'll be a great thing for our community.
Absolutely.
So it sounds like there's at least some commitment from the court to be willing to go forward with the 475. We need to figure out how that will be financed. And so perhaps there can be some research into whether or not hot and sales tax can be used in collaboration with the Economic Impact Fund. But I don't know if the court wants to take action today to approve the 475, and we'll figure out that other piece later.
I think we should wait until we know where the money can come from before we make the vote.
I think that it would be a good idea to try and understand whether the state delegation is going to support something like this, and what the process is, and what the deadlines are for them to actually make a request. And I think that's a big piece of the puzzle, and I'm not willing to commit to something until I feel that work's been done.
I mean, we've already paid. I mean, we've already paid them. We've already paid our part for the consultant to engage in this process in the first place. I mean,
well, I'm not convinced that the work's been done. So I'm not gonna. I mean, I requested information in a prior individual meeting that I have not received any answer on. I didn't receive. I felt enough information in the public meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago regarding this, and the process, what's going on to reach out to the state, and I feel like it still hasn't moved. And so, I mean, y'all can't ask me to want to work for this if y'all aren't, doing your part, and we're paying for it too, which is even worse.
okay. I mean, look, we have another agenda item. We're about to spend almost $1 million on technology stuff that we missed. I mean, it's 475 seems, again, given that this isn't like it's going to be spent. It's just a pledge. Hopefully other governments can come on board, and then an airline would have to be secured, and then it's not even going to be drawn down. So I don't even really view this as a full expenditure. It's just we're just showing our
and at the end of the period, whether that's 1 year or 2 years, whatever the contract ends up being with the airline, there is the option either to take whatever's left and roll it over to start recruiting another flight, or there's the option to have it returned to the original donor. So in all likelihood, if everything works out, we're able to get the flight, there's a high likelihood that much of this could be returned if that's the direction the county wants to go.
Commissioner Leon?
Just a quick question. If we were to pledge today, then it falls apart next week, or the information that Commissioner Stout was asking for doesn't reach him, we can always say, well, can we say at that time, no, then we're...
Well, absolutely. If it all falls apart, then there would be no chance of this pledge ever being called in. And that could fall apart in a number of ways, and we don't believe that will be the case. But just to address some concerns about that, I mean, if, for example, we are not successful at reaching the $1.5 million that we need, whether that's due to, the state or due to whoever, it's highly unlikely that we would be in a position to go and recruit a flight. So this money would never be called in from the county. If we are successful at reaching the $1.5 million, but for whatever reason, we hit a terrible recession or something happens and the airlines are not willing to expand, we don't recruit a flight, this money would never be called in. So we're confident that that will not be the case, but I just want to address some concerns that were brought up by Commissioner Stout regarding the state. If for whatever reason the state is not willing to participate, and we believe they will be, then it does not affect the county in any way.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haggerty?
I still have the same issues that I had last time we talked on this. I wasn't even that excited about paying the consulting fee another time. I still don't understand why we're paying a third of it and the city's paying a third of it when I'd say 95% of the businesses are in the city and the city's budget is twice our budget. I don't understand why we're still not 100% sure what money we can use, if it's the $3 million that's immediately already being asked for, if it's hot funds. And I agree with Commissioner Stout. There's a lot of answers that we're getting that there's a whole lot of hopefullys and maybes and hopefullys that isn't really making me very excited about this project. And to say we'll vote for $500,000 and hopefully everybody else will too next year, I don't think we're ready to say yes to this project.
And I think the county has benefited from a lot of the agreements that the city has put forth. We're not putting nearly the same amount of economic development incentives as they are for the Great Wolf Lodge investment, which is like $150 million investment, and some $44 million in incentives. We're putting in like $4 million, and our caps were not 100%. So I mean, we're seeing, or we're going to see, the revenue from those projects. Last week we approved another 381 regarding a downtown hotel. We didn't put nearly the incentives that the city did, so we're going to reap additional revenue from that. And I think this is a modest opportunity for us to, do something that I think will significantly benefit both city and the county. And I don't think it's necessary to really get into, their budget is this size, and I mean, for 475, in my opinion, again, I don't foresee all that being spent. I think for what we're looking at, I think we really need a flight to DC. We really need a flight to New York. I view it as a very reasonable expenditure.
I mean, I'd like to make an informed decision, and I mean, I've never been opposed to doing this, but I'd like to make an informed decision because I think that's what I owe to the people that I represent. I've only heard anecdotal information or evidence as to, the questions the information that I requested or the questions that I asked in the past. And I'm not sure how, if we pledge money, I don't understand what that means. Like we're making a pledge. What does that mean? If we can just go back. I mean, you don't have the money until you have a vote about the money. So if we're voting to make a pledge, I just don't understand how that works.
Commissioner, if I may on that, the amount, if you all pledge any amount today, we would then work with Borderplex Alliance on the actual agreement with that amount in it to bring back once they've secured a flight, once they've secured an airline. And we just need an amount. If the court is interested in doing this, what is the amount that the court would be willing to pledge for that agreement to be brought back?
I mean, if we just if any random organization or group just came and asked us for $500,000, we would ask to be informed about some of these things, and I think it's great that this is something that. And I think it's something that's going to be beneficial, but again, I think that we have to. It can't be just like, hey, y'all, we have a great idea, give us $500,000. I think a little bit more needs to be put into making us feel as stewards of public dollars that this is actually something that we need, and I like I said, I don't feel like I have been provided the information that I've requested, and I don't feel like the process. I'm worried about the state side. I think it's every day that goes by, we get closer to the session, and the opportunities for us to have a legislative appropriations request become less. And so for us to be, we can reach out to them and say, yes, hey, Senator, put this on your radar. But, I think that part of that piece of the puzzle needs to be taken care of sooner rather than later, and not waiting.
With that being said, do we have a motion to move forward?
If the motion is okay, I move to pledge the $475,000 and have staff work with Borderplex to come back to Commissioners Court with an agreement once a flight is secured.
And I think with the understanding that, and I apologize, Commissioner, that the court can change that amount depending on what the city and the private sector and the state end up doing, and that no funding will be spent until that, obviously, that agreement is approved by the Commissioner's Court. I just want to make sure that is very public. So, do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
No.
Commissioner Haggerty?
No.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, well, thank you very much, and we will obviously be reporting back to you as soon as the phase 3 will be ending in April, so at a minimum, we'll be reporting then, and we hope to have, news from regarding the city and the state and other entities here soon, and we'll make sure we work together to get this agreement drafted and move forward on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we could take item 14, please. I know that we've got members of the judiciary who are stepping down from the bench to be here for that item. And then item 9, if possible, which will be very brief because we have a member from El Paso Water Utility here who would like to speak on that item. So,
Item number 14, approve and authorize the replacement of one full-time bailiff certified position, GS 27, at the jury duty court with 2 full-time assistant case manager positions, GS 12, for an overall savings of $11,572.90 to the county for FY19. Funding is available in general fund, council salary, full-time regular, and fringe accounts.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Maria Salas Mendoza, Judge of the 120th. I'm here as the presiding judge of the jury duty court. We've had 2 bailiffs in the jury duty court. We need bailiffs in the courtroom when we have the sessions, but when they're not in court, they are doing a lot of administrative duties. As most of the bailiffs, they do have administrative duties. We took the opportunity, we had the retirement of one of the bailiffs to reorganize so that we would just have one bailiff, but we do need the work that was being done by both bailiffs. And so this gives us administrative staff to do that and still fill the needs of the jury duty court. Nutshell.
Commissioner Haggerty?
My only question is, just last week we had another court come in and say they needed a bailiff. Is this going to create an issue where next year you say, oh, well, no, we need a bailiff again because we didn't realize how often we'd be in court and we need to add it?
I can't speak to that court. I was a little surprised too because I thought all courts had a bailiff as part of their staffing. As you know, the jury duty court is a different court. And in fact, we've had some criticism because they had 2. The bailiffs were in court for all the sessions, and that's why they needed bailiffs to be there. But they were handling a lot of administrative duties. So they've been there for a really long time. When we had this retirement, we thought this is a great time to adjust the duties. So it's not that we're losing the need for the bailiff. The bailiff will be continuing to operate with the court full-time in court, but they're not switching off. So we're just going to have one bailiff in court with the judge all the time and then have the administrative staff take up the administrative duties that that person would do when they were not in court and the other bailiff would do when they were not in court. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. My only fear is they're going to come back later and be like, oh, we were wrong. We actually needed 2 bailiffs, so we want to add another bailiff back on.
So I think this is a reorganization that makes sense and that people have been asking about. And in fact, people would say, well, you have 2 bailiffs at jury duty court. Why don't we move one to another court? And we had to explain why we were using the 2 bailiffs. We're not using bailiff staff. The bailiff is still needed to do that work in the court and will continue to do it. But because they were switching off, we're adding that administrative staff to do the work that now the bailiff won't be able to do because we'll have a full-time one bailiff in court for all sessions. I'm sorry.
And just on that note, we do track these changes. For example, the other court that requested a bailiff that you all gave us some additional time to review, we're tracking the history of what's happened in that court so we can bring the court back a full picture as to what has occurred. So we would track that over time and note that this transaction occurred if they did come back and ask for an additional bailiff. Generally, though, if the bailiffs were doing administrative support work, it is smarter to use administrative paid staff versus a bailiff, which is higher paid.
Was there typically for these requests? I mean, HR does an analysis on workload and demand. Was that done here?
We've had it done lots of times. I mean, I will tell you that we had, I think it was county administration that did the first review of the jury duty court staff. And we did submit all these requests to HR. So I'll let her speak on that.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We didn't do a time and motion. We did talk to the judge to see the administrative duties that are being performed. And as Betsy stated earlier, it does make more sense to use administrative staff versus using an actual bailiff to do this type of work.
Other questions, Commissioners?
No, I'll make a motion. This seems to be a more efficient, more effective way to run things, and it actually saves the county $11,000 this year. So my motion is to approve.
Just real quickly, I guess on process, and were these requests made during the budget process?
They weren't, and Commissioner, I have to be quite honest with you, the way the court has come to operate over the years has kind of just happened, and we had these bailiffs get certified because of the work they were doing, but because people had asked, why do we have two bailiffs? And I said, that's kind of how the work is organized, but when we had the retirement, we thought this is a great time to say, we can get the work done more efficiently and save some money on it. That employee, I want to say, how many years, Mike? 20 years, so a lot of benefits, and I do want to say this about our bailiffs. Whenever they are not in court, they have other duties. So this is true of all the bailiffs. And so in this court, those duties I think are more than some of our other bailiffs because they were alternating their time in court. And so we just didn't want to push people out. When we had someone retiring, it was a great time to kind of say we can reorganize now and do this work better. They're scrambling right now because the position has been vacant for a while because they're still operating the same sessions with one bailiff. But this is coming from the staff themselves. So the staff had full involvement in discussing what would better work to, we didn't have people answer phones. So one of the administrative position is kind of an entry level to do some of the work that no one was getting to because they just have so much administrative work. So we didn't do it before because we have people in those positions and we could justify what they were doing. But we took the opportunity of that retirement to do what makes more sense, I think, in terms of operation of the court.
I think this is at least for my regular, third time now that we've made staffing changes. And in each of those times, we move those staff into the general administrative account. Does that make sense in this circumstance? So we go back and look at this at budget time?
So to do that, basically, Judge, we would need an agreement to reduce the jury duty court's budget by the amount that we're paying for the vacated position, move those funds over into the general administrative account, and then we would fund these two positions till the end of the fiscal year under the general administrative account, at which time then HR would do an analysis of the staffing as in line with our normal budget process and make a recommendation to the court at that time.
All I can tell you is that we need the positions. We took the opportunity to take a more highly paid position, probably not one that was, just to really reorganize. If it's a punishment to see how we function, then, we need the staff. The staff has always been requesting that staff, but we knew we couldn't ask for more funding. So knowing that we're losing this bailiff, we reorganized so that we could do the work that the court needs. But, the work needs to get done, and I really pushed Mike, and I was kind of a pain about it because we had a vacancy, and nothing's happened with the work of the court. They've had to do it in these few weeks, and everyone rushed. I mean, HR didn't get the opportunity to do what they needed to do because that person retired. I think we had 2 weeks notice. And so we said, let's not just, fill the bailiff position if we can work better at what we need to get done. But right now it's not getting done because whether it was a bailiff position or an administrative position, that's work that needs to get done. So if the court feels that it's better to fund it this way and then look at it at budget time, there's nothing we can do. All I can tell you is how the work is getting done, why we need it, why it's, I think, more efficient. And at least at this point, I can tell you it's a savings. We're not looking at increasing that. I can just tell you why we need it.
Yeah. Well, I think this is a good compromise. I realize the immediate need that you all have, and I think this is just a way to make sure that you guys can get this position as quickly as possible, but then also kind of allowing for the typical evaluation stuff that we go through, but recognizing that you need it now, I think. You're not going to notice a difference in timing or anything. So.
Right, I get that.
I would support that if you're willing to put that in your motion.
So, Christina, how can I amend my motion? And Judge, while you're waiting, thank you. We know that things happen outside our budget cycle, and you're thinking outside the box. You're saving some money. You're being more efficient, and I don't want you to leave here thinking that you're being in any way criticized.
Well, let me take the opportunity to thank Judge Reyes. We have an associate in that court, and when we got a very quick notice of a departure, I started to hyperventilate, but they asked me to come down and meet with them, and the staff immediately met before the bailiff left and said, we think this is a good time to try to ask the county that instead of funding another bailiff position, we do that. They laid it out for me. They explained why it would work, because I've really fought for those positions over the years, and so it really was, this is coming from the staff. And they laid out how they would change the duties to make sure that the current bailiff would just be in court fulfilling those duties as a bailiff full-time and doing all that stuff. This didn't come from me. I was in creative. Credit has to go to the staff and the judge.
Well, thank you.
All right, so it would be to approve as written, as the agenda item is written, with the caveat, though, that the funding be moved out from the jury duty court into general admin. Is that my understanding? So that would be your motion.
Then I'll amend my motion as described.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Longer than I expected.
That's okay. Thank you, Judge. If we could take item 9, and then I think what we'll do after that, just so that those who are waiting staff, we will then go into executive to hear Project Forester, approve that in regular session, so that Commissioner has that vote going into the press conference at 2 o'clock. We'll then probably take a break and then come back at 2 o'clock. Because the meeting is still going to take some time after that. We've got several regular session items and several in executive. And so we'd probably be here until 4 or 5 o'clock, even if we didn't take a break anyway, and so the court can have that time. So if we could take item 9, and then we'll do those items, and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock to continue the regular agenda and executive session.
Item number 9, Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the 86th legislative session to include presenting information for the court's consideration, removing or including bills on the county state legislative agenda, and supporting or opposing filed legislation, and take any action necessary on aforementioned items.
And thank you to our team for being so flexible. This was just an extraordinarily long meeting, so we apologize for the delay. Commissioners, just very quickly, as we wrap up the end of the year, I wanted to give one final and very quick presentation on the state legislative agenda and where we are at. As you may recall, we have 21 items, action items on our agenda. To date, we have 3 concepts that we are still waiting on a draft from our state delegation, specifically the Senator's office. All other concepts have been drafted. We have 4 bills that have been filed. Those are in green before you. And then the 3 that are in red are those that we're waiting a draft on. For all other items between 1 and 15, those drafts have been submitted back to us and they're under review by our respective department heads and the subject matter experts. Once they have finalized that review and given us the green light, then we will have those filed. For items 16 through 21, the court may recall that there was quite a lengthy list of items that were proposed by our tax assessor collector having to do with transportation items. All of those were submitted to the Senate Transportation Committee by our senator, and we have not received any feedback on them wanting to move forward with those. As you may recall, those primarily had a fee attached to them or an increase to existing fees, and those are very difficult to move during session. And so unfortunately, I don't think those will be moving. And I know that Mr. Gonzalez, our tax assessor collector, has also approached other entities like the statewide tax association group, the Conference of Urban Counties, and others. And so there may be opportunity for those transportation items to move, but as of right now, there hasn't been a ton of interest, again, because of the fee that is attached to them. When we first brought this to the Commissioner's Court, there was some discussion on clarifying some of the items that are in our guidance document and even on the action agenda. And so I wanted to bring those back. And we also had one item that we were asked to include in our guidance document. So I'll go over those very quickly. First, we did have a discussion on the juvenile probation budget and having the court have the authority to be able to oversee that. I have had a conversation with Judge Gutierrez recently and with our lobby team. They are doing some research as to potential ways to continue this discussion. I don't think that we're quite there yet, but I'm hoping that early in January that will come back to the Commissioner's Court for their consideration. I know that the state lobby team is evaluating some of the various codes, and as you may know, each county has very different rules when it comes to their ability for a Commissioner's Court to deal with the JPD budget. And so they're evaluating that. They'll come back with a recommendation for the court early in January. And I know that Judge Gutierrez has instructed JPD to also take a look at that to see if there is a way for us to maybe work together. I know that this was an item that came before the court last session and it did not have any traction. It was kind of a last minute deal and there wasn't support from the delegation to move it. Commissioner Perez brought up the Texas Enterprise Fund and being able to change the job requirements. That may be more administrative, but I did include it in our guidance document. It was something that we had back in the 2015 or 13 session. I don't remember, Commissioner, but I have included it, so that's now added. And taking it from the 75 jobs to the 50, and our lobby team will continue to work on the administrative side of things. And if there's any legislation that does revolve around this, they will track it and make sure that maybe we can do something with it. In terms of unfunded mandates, Commissioner Stout, you brought that up. That was in the agenda, but I tweaked it a little bit to make it more specific, and so that's the language that's in there. I hope that's okay with you. Same for sanctuary cities. It was also in there, but specifically mentioned sanctuary cities. And also I know the court has taken a position on anti-LGBTQ legislation and our ability to be competitive as a state, so I clarified that. I hope there are no issues there. And then lastly, we were approached by El Paso Water to support a program that they are trying to push in order to help our constituencies who may have a difficult time paying their bills. And so I don't want to keep Mr. Leon from being able to speak on the item, only that he's been here all morning. So Mr. Leon, I was wondering if maybe you could just give the court a very brief update as to what this does. I know that it will be very helpful and it expands their authority to help our constituents when it comes to their bills.
Sure.
Judge, thank you for having me and for including this in the legislative agenda. For the record, my name is Renee Leon. I'm the legislative liaison for El Paso Water. And the item that we brought before you today is legislation to support or to give El Paso Water the authority to establish a customer assistance program to help our low-income customers avoid disconnection of service. This was a bill we pursued in the last legislative session. Unfortunately, it got caught up in some caucus politics and was deleted. We're trying again this session. Representative Ortega filed HB 382, and I believe Senator Rodriguez is going to carry it in the Senate. We're hoping to get it passed this legislative session, and it simply gives us the ability to establish a customer assistance program within state code to help customers avoid disconnection. And we're really looking at customers who receive disconnection notices several times a year, maybe 3 or 4 times. That's about 500 customers. But we feel it's beneficial to have our employees out there establishing new service rather than going to cut off service from some of our existing customers.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I didn't want you to have to wait all morning and not have the chance to speak on the
problem.
item.
I just wanted to be here to answer any questions that the court might have. So thank you for your support on this.
Absolutely. And it really is a great program, Commissioners. I don't see why we wouldn't include it. And it really goes hand in hand with work that the water utility and Rep. Gonzalez is doing on funding for our colonias and water and wastewater services. And so it's great to be able to partner together on some of these very important items. So that is the update, Commissioner. It is very brief. Thank you so much, Mr. Leon. But wanted to at least give the court some perspective on where we're at. I personally am very pleased. I know in the past we were still filing legislation into mid to late January. I think that over the next 2 weeks we may have most, if not all of our bills filed before the end of the year. So that's a really great place to be. And I had made that commitment to the court when we first presented the agenda. I will work with Ms. Keller, depending on who is hired for the government affairs position, to help answer any questions and make sure that this continues to move forward if my assistance is needed after January. But I think that we're at a pretty good place. I'm not sure if members of the court have any questions. No? Okay. I would, if we could have a motion perhaps to approve kind of what I outlined in that second slide in terms of adding the enterprise fund, clarifying the language on unfunded mandates in sanctuary cities and the water utility item. And then early in the new year, I'll make sure that Ms. Keller has the information along with our lobby team to bring back a report on the juvenile probation budget item for the court's consideration. So I'd make a motion to approve these changes minus the juvenile probation piece until we get that presentation back from our lobby team and the administrator's office.
Second. And they're expecting that in January, first week or soon in January?
I think maybe even by the first meeting. Yeah, the next meeting of the Commissioners' Court. Yeah.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye, and as part of full disclosure and transparency,
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and then with that, if we could go into executive session to discuss Project Forester, then we'll come out, approve that, or, well, we will discuss that and see if the court would like to approve that, to give Commissioner Leon what he needs to go to the 2 o'clock press conference.
Commissioners' Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 31E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.087. Commissioners' Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 24th and Tuesday, December the 25th in observance of the Christmas holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, December the 26th, 2018. All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 31st, 2018, and Tuesday, January the 1st, 2019, in observance of the New Year's holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, January the 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canotillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canotillo Avenue in Canotillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Commissioner Andrew Haggerty would like to invite you to his weekly breakfast meeting that takes place every Wednesday at 7:30 a.m. at Danny's Diner, located at 4690 Trans Mountain Road. Every week he has a different speaker who will be discussing topics of interest for the community. So if you live in the Northeast, West Side, or anywhere else in the county, come and join us for the breakfast meeting.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 35, approve and authorize the county judge to sign a Chapter 381 Economic Development Agreement with Project Forester, contract number 2017-0909.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. We bring before you today Project Forester. Project Forester is for Foster Electric USA Incorporated. They are located at 1216 Don Haskins in El Paso. This project is for the retention and expansion of an existing business. They're retaining 32 full-time employees and creating an additional 40 full-time jobs in El Paso. Project Forester manufactures subwoofers and assembles speaker systems, headphones, microphones, and related audio components for the consumer electronics and automobile markets. The company was founded in 1996 and is based out of Illinois. They are proposing to expand their current operations in El Paso, which would include a highly automated manufacturing line to its existing distribution center here at the El Paso location. These speakers are currently manufactured overseas. This line will be the first speaker manufacturing line in the world of this advanced manufacturing type. The company will be able to showcase their operation to potential clients and other companies looking to establish similar projects. The total investment for this advanced manufacturing is just over $4.2 million. And as I mentioned, there will be 40 new full-time positions in addition to the 32 positions that will be retained. The property size is approximately 9.13 acres. The major portion of the investment is for the advanced manufacturing equipment. Currently, the base value for real property is just over $4.2 million, and for personal property, it's $2.1 million. With the additional investment and as part of this contract, the minimum appraised value will be $10.6 million. Again, some of the intangible contributions to El Paso. This company will add cutting-edge technology to the borderland in its advanced manufacturing. Engineers will add revenue to local businesses during assembly line training. Existing facility transitions from distribution center to advanced manufacturing. The opportunity to attract hopefully other Foster Electric divisions to El Paso as the assembly line unfolds its full potential. We would like to recruit some higher paying positions to El Paso through this in the future. An opportunity to create foundation for highly automated technology. And again, the opportunity to showcase a new assembly line to other companies with similar projects. The proposed county incentive is 10 years of personal property tax rebate for the incremental ad valorem or incremental tax value increase, and then 10 years of real property tax rebate for a slight increase in ad valorem taxes on real property. The total maximum incentive allowed under the county's package is $89.9 thousand. And again, the city has previously approved, I believe earlier today, 100% rebate for 10 years and a permit fee rebate one time. So the total package would be just over $296,000. Again, Foster Electric is one of the largest automotive speaker manufacturers in the world with over 27,000 employees worldwide and revenues of $1.3 billion per year. It produces speakers for companies like Ford, GM, Fiat Chrysler, among others. They currently have a manufacturing operation in Juarez and the current warehouse logistics operation in El Paso that's the subject of the expansion for this project. So the 10-year property inflow and the 10-year personal property tax inflow for various entities is shown on the screen. That concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? Okay, if not, I don't know if any representatives from Borderplex would like to say anything. I know we have representatives from the company here, and if you'd like to say a few words as well. Good afternoon, Mr. Delgado.
Oh, good afternoon, Judge. Thank you, Judge, members of the court. Thank you for your strong consideration for Project Forester. It's a great company. They've been in the region for quite some time, but this expansion will work out well. As you heard from Ms. Keller, they're making a sizable investment and creating new jobs as well as retaining existing workers. So again, thank you for your support, and I'll pass it along to the company.
Good afternoon.
Everybody, Judge, members of the court. My name is Jose Rangel, Vice President of Foster Electric USA. And I just want to say thank you to the County of El Paso, the City of El Paso, the Borderplex Alliance for your support and trust in our project. Foster has been in El Paso for over 20 years, and we've been very successful. And that's why we decided to make this expansion with a new highly automated production line. And we are looking forward to make this investment, hiring new jobs for our community, and it's going to work for the best for everybody, including our customers who will receive products assembled in the United States. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions, commissioners? I make a motion to approve.
And just to clarify, it would be a motion to approve and authorize the county judge to sign a Chapter 381 Economic Development Program Agreement with Foster Electric USA, Inc.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner Perez?
Abstention.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all so much for being here. I know there's a press conference at 2 o'clock. Commissioner Leon will be joining you for that press conference. I had hoped to have been able to be there, but we have a very long Commissioners Court meeting still ahead of us, so thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
With that, Commissioners, I don't know if 30 minutes will be sufficient for you all. Maybe we can be back by 2:15. If we could do 2:15, then Commissioner, please grab lunch on your way back, and we'll still be here. So.
Commissioners Court will recess until 2:15 p.m.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 24th and Tuesday, December the 25th in observance of the Christmas holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, December the 26th, 2018. All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 31st, 2018, and Tuesday, January the 1st, 2019, in observance of the New Year's holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, January the 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Commissioner Andrew Haggerty would like to invite you to his weekly breakfast meeting that takes place every Wednesday at 7:30 a.m. at Danny's Diner, located at 4690 Trans Mountain Road. Every week he has a different speaker who will be discussing topics of interest for the community. So if you live in the Northeast, West Side, or anywhere else in the county, come and join us for the breakfast meeting.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 24th and Tuesday, December the 25th in observance of the Christmas holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, December the 26th, 2018. All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 31st, 2018, and Tuesday, January the 1st, 2019, in observance of the New Year's holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, January the 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Commissioner Andrew Haggerty would like to invite you to his weekly breakfast meeting that takes place every Wednesday at 7:30 a.m. at Danny's Diner, located at 4690 Trans Mountain Road. Every week he has a different speaker who will be discussing topics of interest for the community. So if you live in the Northeast, West Side, or anywhere else in the county, come and join us for the breakfast meeting.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Thank you again, everyone, for being so patient. But we'll go ahead and get started in the interest of time since we have so many items left on the agenda.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Which item would you like to start with?
Let's go ahead and go back to the regular order of business and go back to item 11.
Item number 11, approve and adopt the El Paso County Customer Service Satisfaction Policy.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. This item we've brought to the court previously for input. It's basically a policy and procedures the Commissioners Court asked us to prepare earlier this year to address the complaint process so that we can ensure a fair process that would not bypass the Code of Ethics and allow the county to address concerns. In this particular draft, the only change that we have made is there was a reference to a sentence that said, however, any false, misleading, and or malicious allegations may result in civil and or criminal sanctions. We removed that from the policy. Now, it is still possible that if someone filed a false or misleading allegation in a malicious intent, the county could pursue that. But the intent in removing that is, one, we did not want to do anything to discourage people from filing a good faith complaint or compliment, and it doesn't need to be stated for the county to be able to do that if necessary. And this policy was developed after extensive research, working with county department heads, we also have created a form. In addition to allowing complaints, it will also allow us to receive compliments and suggestions. And this would be available online on our website for the public to provide feedback to the county so we can consistently work on improving.
Commissioners, this is not the first time we've heard of the policy. Any questions before we consider the item?
My only issue, I understand what you're saying, but I think there should be something in there about using it in a malicious way, because I think even a lot of the complaints we've gotten have been kind of, some would say done maliciously, I think. And I think there needs to be something in there about this is not a chance for you to waste government time and resources for vendetta. And that's my only issue.
And if I could just add in terms from the legal side of things, when you make those claims in terms of libel or malicious and pursuing some sort of litigation, either civil or criminally, I mean, my feedback to Betsy at the time when I reviewed the policy, that is really a high burden, especially if you're in an elected position and also in a public position to meet. So I did not feel comfortable that should be stated in there. Of course, if there's, part of the policy review, I believe as well, when Betsy reviews it too, is to look through that and to screen them and to review them to make sure that there is enough information there to pursue or to really engage. And my understanding is that's why you're also asking for feedback. Be able to identify the individual who's making that complaint so that you can go back to that individual and to vet it and to ensure that there's nothing further that needs to be explored if it's not necessarily at that time. There's no legal issue in terms of including that language, but I just caution in terms of how that really practically is used from a legal perspective and what our advice would be at the end of the day to do that if that ever came up.
And I don't disagree. I think the difference is if you see that, it's going to make you a little bit less likely to lie, I guess, is my only thought.
It does state the county encourages the filing of legitimate complaints as a mean to hold our organization and its employees accountable to the public. And the fact that we will, and it goes on to say, when a complaint has been received, it will be validated to ensure it contains identifiable, actionable information. Valid complaints will be investigated according to established procedures. And then that's when it goes into the county encourages the filing of legitimate complaints as a means to hold our organization and its employees accountable to the public. I think the validation process is going to help us address a lot of the malicious concerns that we've had previously.
Okay. I'd make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 12, Auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended November 30th, 2018. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/auditor/publications/monthly/November/November 2019 monthly.htm.
Good afternoon.
Morning, Judge. Afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. It's been a long morning already. Jim Utterbeck from the County Auditor's Office, Financial Reporting Division. Get the presentation up.
Bless you.
All right. We have our condensed monthly financial report. Excuse me. This is the one for November. We still have a problem with getting it published in the Times. They have changed their process now where it's going out of town. Increased their fees substantially for publishing this. We're looking at alternatives. We will get it published along with the October report. Revenues, again, is for the month we've taken in months to date is $18 million. $65 million for year to date. General fund is $13 million of that for the month and $17.9 million for the year to date so far. We do have the breakdown of the revenues by sources compared to the prior year. Sales property tax is up compared to the prior year. But then that is because of additional property on the register, new property values coming on, and that slight increase there. And it can also be a little bit of a timing increase. Sales tax is up by $246,000, which is very good for the first month that we're reporting for this fiscal year. Intergovernmental, that one has changed. We have one revenue that was miscoded. It should have been coded into 18. So that drops down the amount for intergovernmental for this year to $275,000. Brings up 18s to $447,000. So it is now a change of down $172,000 there. Our total change is for 19 would be $17,684,000, and for 18 it would be $17,331,000. Our difference would be $353,000. And this was something that we just noticed this morning. Additional is motor vehicle tax. We get that typically in June, July, so we won't see anything there until we get close to the year end. State beverage, mixed beverage tax is annual now, where we'll get that in September. Our revenues by fund, again, breakdown compared to our budget is interest is up $280,000 compared to what we expect for the budget, which is 9.9%. Miscellaneous revenue is up compared to the budget, and fines and forfeits is up compared to the budget. See on our three-year budget actual comparison on revenue for all revenue. Our collections are as of 6.8% for 17, 5.2% for 18, and 6.5% for 18 and 6.4 for 19. So we're running about average. Property tax is running, we're at 5.6 for 19 and 4.5 for last year. Is sales tax, we're up 9.14% compared to the bill. Expenditures. We look at year-to-date actuals, the total. We spent $23.8 million in the month of November. We have a year-to-date actuals of, I might have to double check on that one. Okay, that's because it has the capital projects, which is life to date. That's why it's $237 million for.
That's inclusive for everything that hasn't even been spent yet.
That's inclusive of everything that's been spent life to date on capital projects.
Okay.
That one should have been corrected. I'll have that one corrected for next month to where it shows year to date.
When the backup is updated, could you send it over to the clerk's office so they could put the correct info on the backup, please?
Yes. General fund is 18 million expenditures. We've expended year to date is 33 million. Here we have revenues for October were below, our expenditures were below the prior year. Slightly above prior year. For November, they're slightly below. And then we have our year-to-date expenditures by personnel and operating. Our personnel expenditures was year-to-date $28 million compared to year-to-date for last fiscal year of $26.9 million. So we have an increase of $1.3 million. Operating expenditures, we were running at $5.3 million this year compared to $4.2 million last year. We're up $1.1 million. Our total expenditures are up by $1.4 million compared to last year. We have expended is 10.57% of our current year budget compared to last year, where at this time we had expended 10.37. So we're running similar to last year's. Again, the majority of our expenditures are in public safety at 48%. Just as Administration and Justice at 25%, General Government at 21.8%, and all other functions at 4.9%. Breakdown of our expenditures by function, again, is General Government is has a budget of $102 million. Period actuals, we've spent 3.7. Year-to-date actuals, we've spent 7.3. Public safety, we have a budget of $125 million. Period actuals, we've spent 8.7, and year-to-date $16 million. Big expenditure is culture and recreation by percentage, and administration and justice. Administration and justice has a budget of $72 million. We've spent this month is 4.8. Year-to-date actual of 8.4 million. Culture and recreation has a budget of 7.4 million. We've spent this month 432,000. Year-to-date is 763,000. Fund balance.
Okay, on the fund balance, Edward Dion, County Auditor. We're still proceeding with our year-end close. Right now, I don't anticipate any major changes. Right now, we're approximately $86.7 million. I don't expect that to change too much for September 2018. And by the end of FY19, I'm projecting at this point around $85.2 million. That's going to change. We did carry over some increases in encumbrances. So depending on how that spend down and additional savings we may garner throughout the year, that number definitely could change, but it's still staying on track to be very stable.
Questions?
Commissioners? Questions? Then I'd make a motion to approve, to accept the attached presentation in the interim financial report as presented. With the clarifications that will be made.
Yes, I will send it corrected. And thank you for putting up with my being tongue-tied.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, Judiciary and Corrections. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the amended application for federal assistance form to include a supplemental award in the amount of $50,000 for the FY 2018 Adult Drug Court Discretionary Grant Program awarded to the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court Program. The supplemental award was approved with the original grant award.
I don't think we have anybody here for that item. I don't know if maybe we can reach out to the judge's office or to Ms. Zerna, and then we can take this item later, so we'll already have it read into the record. We could go on to item 17, please.
Item number 17, Information Technology. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the support services agreement with Microsoft Corporation. Funding is available in General Fund, ITD, Maintenance Repair Software, contract number 2018-0565.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Susie Esquivel, ITD Infrastructure Manager. The item before you is our annual renewal of Microsoft Premier. Microsoft Premier Support Services provides accelerated support to resolve critical IT issues, direct assistance with system health checks, strategic advice tailored to our IT environment, hands-on training and knowledge transfer to increase staff expertise. ITD recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions, Commissioners? Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And as for item 18, should we read item 28 into the record as well with that item? Yes. Mr. Hargrove? Yeah. Okay, so we'll do 18 and 28, please.
Item number 18, approve and authorize the payment of invoice number GB00479910 for additional Microsoft licensing with SHI Government Solutions, Inc. Funding is available in General Fund ITD Maintenance Repair Software, contract number 2015-0672. And item number 28, Budget and Finance, approve and authorize a one-time reduction of the transfer out from the 1 penny CIP allocation for FY19 in the amount of $433,386. Further, approve and authorize this amount to be transferred into the Information Technology Department Software Maintenance Account, General Fund ITD, Maintenance Repair Software.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioner. Susie Esquivel again, ITD Infrastructure Manager. Today I represent your Chief Technology Officer, who is regrettably out of town. He has, however, helped me prepare this presentation. The item before you is a supplement to the presentation you received last week. The county entered into a 3-year software licensing agreement with Microsoft in December of 2015. This agreement provided for the use of the Microsoft Office Suite for all county users. The Office Suite, as you recall, includes tools that enable word processing, calendaring, contact management, and spreadsheets. In addition to these, the contract permits the use of enterprise email, database management, various specialty applications, and advanced cloud storage. In October of this year, in preparation for the renewal of the agreement, Microsoft provided a software tool that allowed for a precise accounting of our license the contract covered. Provisions of the contract required that we account for these additional licenses retroactively and remit payment. The additional cost of each year's licenses is approximately $295,000. With the help of the Budget and Fiscal Department, we were successful in identifying potential one-time funding sources to absorb this contract increase without substantially affecting operations. The addition of a software mechanism to accurately and consistently identify the licensing impacts of our dynamic system helped to ensure that ITD can more confidently forecast costs into the future. In addition, we have implemented organizational and process changes to reduce other operational areas of financial risk. I am available to answer any questions you may have. ITD recommends approval.
Thank you. Mr. Hargrove, would you like to speak on item 28?
Certainly. So she gave you the background information on item 18. Related to that is the recommended one-time reduction in the CIP transfer for item 28. That's also part of item 30 for budget amendment number 10. So our staff has been working closely with Mr. Stathis' staff, Susie, and others within their team to look at a couple of issues. Number one is, why didn't we ask for this in the FY19 budget? In the last 7 years, IT has paid one true-up cost of $74,000 back in 2014. As Ms. Esquivel mentioned, the new true-up tools that they started working on in October, which is already after the budget adoption. Hereafter, that's a tool that will be used every budget cycle from FY20 and forward. In looking for the appropriations to cover this required contractual cost that's due to be paid to SHI, who is the third-party software vendor of the Microsoft licenses, that payment's due by December 31st of this calendar year. They have given a 12-day extension on that to January 12th to give us a little bit more time. We worked with Mr. Stathis and his team to look for appropriations first from within IT's budget to see what we could do to have the availability of funds to meet that $885,000 payment. So part of the budget amendment is we've identified some operating expenses within IT's budget totaling up to $452,000 to contribute towards the $885,689 required payment. Two other sources I would have potentially to fund the balance of that would be contingencies. We budget on an annual basis $750,000 in contingencies in the categories $250,000 each: personnel, operating, and professional services. Through this portion of the year, about 25% through the fiscal year, and I'm going to say through the fiscal because this is the last meeting of this calendar year, we've utilized about $200,000 of our $750,000 contingency, so we're about right on track for a normal fiscal year at this stage in the game. We've got about $550,000 available contingencies, and I'm a little reluctant to recommend using $433,000 of the remaining $500,000 in contingencies. That we utilize over 90% of our contingencies with 75% of the fiscal year remaining. In further discussion with Chris and his team, he convened his managers to look at the annual CIP allocation. Mr. Staff has been looking at that annual CIP allocation. They just finished their 5th year of the technology modernization project, and during their strategic planning, but after they'd already submitted the budget for CIP, it became apparent that they could do a planned needed transition to allow for changing life cycles on technology and processes. So they have come back to their annual CIP allocation, and for IT only, they said we could forego about $626,000 of what was already approved and recommended by Commissioners Court for FY19. Again, they said they could go ahead and do that reduction for the CIP refresh because of those changes with life cycles with technology, and that would not have a substantial operating impact on either their operating budget and the delivery of their day-to-day services to the users, end users, or their equipment replacement. So with that, and after meeting with Ms. Keller, our county administrator, we suggest a one-time reduction of the CIP allocation by the $433,386. That's item 28. It's also part of BA 10 on item 30. And with that, I'm available for any questions the court may have as well.
Questions, commissioners? I mean, I'm glad that we caught this. Do we not do a true-up on a yearly basis? Or is that something we're going to start doing? I mean...
No, sir, we are supposed to do a true-up every year. It's just we have done the best that we could to estimate. We are about continuous improvement, and as Mr. Hartgrove stated, we do have a tool now that we will utilize as well every year.
And Mr. Stathis has reached out to Microsoft and to the vendor to look at what can we do to have an absolute better indication during the spring and summer of the fiscal year when we're working on the budget to ensure we've budgeted the appropriate true-up on an annual basis.
And how do we know that we're paying the appropriate amount for licenses and things like that? You know, I mean, are there a lot of laptops out there that aren't being used that we're still being charged, you know, for licensing fees? Or how is it that, like, equipment comes off online and then we don't get charged for those licenses anymore?
The licensing is based on user count, and with the new licensing scheme, it's now going to be more cloud-based, and so they'll have direct input, Microsoft will, at knowing exactly how many users we have. That actually accessed it. It's based more on a user count versus a device count.
But the one that we're currently, I guess, having to pay now, it's not based on that system, right?
No, it's the previous model, user count.
Contract expires on December 31st.
I do want to note the original bill was higher, and the team did go through to do some of that cleanup to get it down to this amount. This is after there's been work gone where they've gone through and tried to clear up the true up, if you will.
Okay. So I'm sorry, is this an unforeseen expense for the CIP?
Yes.
So with the CIP that we did this morning for the contract and then this, I mean, what?
Well, so the first one you did this morning with UMC, that $1.3 million we had already accounted for in CIP, a hard hold of about $1.5 million. This one, in the end, won't impact the unallocated balance because we're going to go in and de-obligate $626,000 that was allocated to the ITD department, and then use $433 of that. So this will actually put $250,000 back into the available funding for FY20 consideration.
Questions?
Move to approve.
Both items 18 and 28. Okay. Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Ollie, you look like you were being sentenced from the outside there.
I think I'm good.
Item number 19, Public Works. Approve and authorize an increase to the change fund at the sports park from $1,000 to $5,000 to better serve park users during tournaments and special events as approved by the chief administrator or designee. In accordance with Local Government Code 130.902, the county auditor concurs.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. This is just in an effort again to increase better customer service at the sports park. We only have $1,000 right now of change, and staff, when we have the large events, staff is running to the bank. So it creates a safety situation for our staff, and it also creates a lack of staff because we have them running, trying to get change from the concession stand. And so we want to increase the amount of change that we have on hand, especially for the big tournaments. We can do 20,000 in one weekend. And so when you're giving out $2, $4, we run out of change very quickly.
Any questions, Commissioners? Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, approve and authorize the use of a formula fee for programs, activities, and special events related directly to the County of El Paso Parks and Recreation Department.
Good afternoon. The Public Works, Parks and Recreation Department, again, we like approval of a formula fee for programs, activities, and special events. And I would like to introduce the industry standard pyramid methodology for cost recovery. And this would help us identify how fees will be determined in the future for programs and activities in an effort to maintain our agency's financial control, equitably pricing offerings, and helping to identify core services. It is the National Recreation Park Association Best Practices Standard Core Services Model. And it's a simple concept that as individual more enterprise benefit is provided, then the cost is higher because it excludes other public access. So it's when we're taking a public use facility out of service of the public. And the two overall goals is to maximize the use of our facilities by increasing the number of programming and offerings that we have for different uses in our facilities. We go to the pyramid methodology, and we use a pyramid in our industry because parks and recreation agencies are built with a broad supporting base of core services, enhanced with more specialized services as resources allow. So we go from most community benefit, and in the next page, it gives you the definitions of each as we move up the pyramid. And so in an example of the pyramid would be, if we would take the sports park, a community benefit would be anybody coming in to use the playground that's there or to walk there when we're not having a tournament or something, and they get a community benefit. It costs nothing to them. It's subsidized by the taxpayers. It's absolutely free. We move into the next one, which would be a considerable community benefit, which then may be a developmental program that we would have of let's say T-ball, but there is no referees, there's no scorekeeping. It's completely introductory and developmental. Then you would move to an enhanced individual community benefit. Here would be more recreational use, in which we would keep, now we're taking score, the kids have moved up, but we're not doing tournaments, we're not doing double elimination tournaments or anything like that. They're just getting an opportunity now to move to the next level and playing. What we do now a lot at the sports park is a specialized, mostly individualized benefit. So it is competitive play for all ages, and scores are kept. People get on quick scores, which we also pay for that. Umpires, and there's more use of the facility. The enterprise, a highly individual benefit, is where we are renting the facility for private tournaments, and those should be recovered at 100% plus. Because we are taking it now out of use, of public use. So if you're having your private tournament, no one now can come in and walk the facility. They can't come and use the playground for free, nothing like that. And so there should be an added price that you pay for that, for removing that from the general public. And so we would like to use an example for an enhanced individual community benefit. To add a 50% recover rate, and there's a sample where, let's say we would have a cruise, so a cruise would be a community benefit, it's free, then it moves into like a car show. Now there's prices, now you get an individual benefit, and so we're going to add a 50% to the cost, direct cost as well, that we would spend to bring on the program and to come up with a fee. In the next slide, we have an example of a considerable community individual benefit. So now the community benefit is larger. We want to have as more youth participating in programs and being involved in some type of physical activity, and so therefore the cost recovery goes down to 25% in this case. And then one that would be between a free community event and mostly considerable community benefit, that would be 0%, is where we would just take the direct cost again. For example, what I had given you, the character and skills build, where we would have like a T-ball program. In this case, we would not add a percentage of recovery. We would just take the direct costs to come up with a fee. And then there's a sample form that we would use and that we would submit for approval from the court's designee.
From the entire court? Is it approval by the Commissioner's Court, or you said designee?
Today's approval will identify, in this case, Norma Rivera Palacios as the designee to approve the fees. So when we come up with a program like, for example, the car show, we would submit that to them, what would be the cost, what we're going to spend, and what we think we're going to have as an attendance, and then we go from there. Questions?
If I might say something. This is aside, I'm sorry, Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. This is aside from our fee schedules that we have. This would only be used for events that are separate from that fee schedule that we currently have.
So you've noticed over the last several months, we've tried to, Veronica and the team have really, special events team, have really been working on adding special events of our own. It's not just people coming to us and having their special events. We're trying to have our own special events to make, as part of the court's plan, to make our community more vibrant, make our parks have more use, our facilities. And so the problem has been setting fees. And the fee is really dependent on the event. And then the formula that Veronica is sharing with us is the recommended practice depending on the type of event it is. So we don't want to establish a set fee because you could have a variety of events with a variety of costs. So in order to be able to continue to plan these events and create these events, we need some flexibility, but we don't want it just to be a free-for-all. That's why we're showing you this formula. So based on the benefit to the community versus the individual is what we'd like to propose that we create these fees on. Now, we would prefer to not have to bring these back to the court every time there's a new type of event. We're asking for permission to be allowed to use this formula for these different types of events to create fees to be able to host these types of events based on the formula.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure perhaps other members of the court, especially those like Commissioner Leon and Commissioner Stout, who have these major assets in their precincts, to maybe have like a quarterly report that goes on the agenda that outlines the event and how much was brought in and what the fee structure was. Perhaps I'm just trying to think of a way for the information to get to the Commissioner's Court every so often.
That's definitely something we could do.
Questions on the presentation, Commissioners?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And if we could very briefly go back to item 13 before we move on to item 21, please. So the item's already been read into the record. So if you want to come in, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Leticia Vizcaino, Grant Analyst with Budget and Fiscal Policy. The Veterans Program staff is in court, so I'm here to speak on their item. A couple months ago, they were successfully awarded a federal grant in the amount of $411,420. When they received the award, they were awarded an additional $50,000 to enhance their Veterans Mentor Program. So the form that's on the agenda for approval is a budget that includes that $50,000.
It's just amending what was brought to the court.
That is correct. So it increases the total amount from $411,420 to $461,420.
It's always great when we're seeing money continue to come to the county. So.
Yes, and that $50,000 is for a 4-year period.
And move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 21, approve and authorize the renovation improvements at the MDR building located at 800 East Overland, 4th floor, for the Auditor and Information Technology Department. Further, authorize a budget transfer in the amount of $516,220.10 from Capital Project, Capital 12, miscellaneous, to Capital Project, County Cap 12 renovations to fund the project.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Norma Palacios with the Public Works Department. This project is to address ITD and the Auditor Department's space needs, including office, storage capability, and the bathrooms on the 4th floor at the MDR facility. All work and timelines have been discussed and coordinated with both departments. And this afternoon, we're requesting the court's approval so that we can proceed with the project. Any questions I can answer for the court?
Are we going to do this in-house?
Yes, sir, we are.
And do we have enough personnel? Because the complaint I keep getting and witnessing for myself is we pull employees from one project to another, and this will get delayed, and this looks very ambitious. Number one, do we have the personnel necessary, and can we maintain all the other projects that we currently have underway?
So this is a priority project. Everything else will be at the end of the list.
See, let me stop you there.
But having said that, Commissioner, when we brought this to the court several years ago, the court did authorize additional staff to take care of this type of projects. And so I know that we've taken on additional projects, and as we get those projects, they go at the end of the list. But the staff was hired and dedicated to do this kind of work.
So we have new staff coming on
No,
just
sir.
for this, or we've had them on for a while?
We've had the staff, and they did the renovation for the Public Works Department, which was last year. That was completed September a year ago. And now they're going to move into this project. And as time permits, they do other projects, but it was the idea behind this that we would have staff in-house to address projects such as this.
See, and what you said, as time permits, is very bothersome to me. And I know that you're doing the best you can with the personnel that you have. Something that I brought to the attention of Betsy a couple of weeks ago is an example, and I know there's other issues that go into this, is the tax office renovation over at the East Side Annex. It's taken a long time. I know there was some change orders at the last minute, but nevertheless, that has taken an exceptional long time to complete.
Yes, sir. And you're right. It was
Commissioner-
because of some change orders that came at the end of the project. They decided the windows needed to be at a different level, and so they had to go back and redo those.
And Commissioner Leon, Norma and I have discussed this, that we have these projects that were originally planned, and what we have to be very conscientious of is every time there's a new project that comes up, the priority of those new projects. Similar to any system where there's a work order, they need to put them in line unless there's some reason where the court or there's some reason that we have to change the priority. So generally, this particular project has been in line for 4 or 5 years, this particular remodel, but they've been doing one floor at a time, and other projects keep coming up in the midst of it, whether it's modifications to offices here in the courthouse, and that we ask them to move that one up as a priority because now we have staffing. So I've asked Norma to please, from now on, every time we get a new project, we have to take into consideration that it cannot jump priority unless there's some specific court order to move it up, and that we need to know what it's going to impact. And we've talked about this multiple times. We both realize that we're quick to say, yes, we can do that, but we need to start looking at what it would cost to contract some of this out if it's going to delay our other projects.
I guess that's a question. Do we need to step back and see what the real cost is as compared to having somebody just come in and do it for us at a much quicker rate than we can complete?
We're looking at about 40% of the project costs for labor. So if we were to bid it out, it'd be an additional, we're looking at about 40% more.
Well, I know it not only impacts us in our internal operations. I was there and I visited the East Side Annex during early voting, and that was one big mess. So I think as we move forward, when we approve these remodelings or renovations that we have, that we have some sort of window that we can say it would be completed by about this time, as opposed to if we contract that out. I think that's something that the court needs to know.
Yes, and so we're creating timelines for all of our projects, and you will probably see us coming more often to the court and sharing that information. If a new project comes out and we feel that we can't complete it, that will come to the court for approval to get it bid out and contract out the work.
So having said all that, when do you anticipate this will be completed?
We are looking at 18 months for the actual office work, and then an additional 6 months for the construction of the bathrooms and the conference rooms. And the departments have been made aware of this project and the timelines associated with it.
So we're looking at 2 years to complete this?
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm not a contractor, but that seems like an awfully long time.
Especially because we're working with the departments in their area. We don't have an area where to transfer the departments to, so we're going to have to make accommodations to do some of the work while the employees are within the department.
Thank you, Norma. Appreciate it.
Any other questions, commissioners? No? Do we have a motion?
No.
I make a motion to approve item 21.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
No.
Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a great holiday season.
Item number 22, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the submission of an electronic project request form and all necessary supporting documents to the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Pelicano Widening and Build Project, MPO Project ID P410X15A, for any available funding opportunities in federal fiscal year 2019.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Department of Planning and Development. The item before you this afternoon is to request any available funding that the MPO identifies now that fiscal year 18 has wrapped up. As part of the balancing of their financial documents, they identify any excess funds that may be available for reprogramming, and so the Pelicano project has been identified as a good candidate for some of those funds. Just to give the court a quick overview, this is located in Precinct 1 and Precinct 3. It is located off of Loop 375 and Pelicano, and will stretch all the way to Darrington Road, which is about 3 miles. Major widening reconstruction, taking the road from 2 to 6 lanes. It will include hike and bike, full illumination, and drainage improvements along the right-of-way. Construction is set to start this summer. Here's some of the conceptual drawings the court's been presented with before about what the roadway will look like once constructed. The reason why this item is before you today is because the original cost estimate was $18 million. Since then, the contractor has advised that the county go after a full concrete build-out of the roadway, which adds $5 million in costs. The reason for that is because of the increased demand and the commercial industrial land uses that are immediately abut Pelicano. And so that heavy truck traffic places a larger burden on the roadway and makes it harder to maintain asphalt. And so concrete is a better alternative. You can see here is the stretch of road that will be improved, and these red parcels are areas that currently have industrial or commercial operations. The large parcel on the right side of the map is actually a Job quarry, and so now that the road has plans to be expanded, they've indicated a possibility of actually expanding their operations, which would only increase traffic on the road, which makes the full concrete build-out a more desirable option. The reason why this is important to keep in mind is that asphalt and heavy commercial traffic, there's a lot of wear and tear on the road. This is the intersection of Socorro Road and Loop 375. You can see here that there are two industrial warehouses where there's a lot of semi and commercial traffic that actually come and park here before going, that go to and from the port of entry down the way. Here is that same intersection, and you can see here that stretch of that dimple on the road that looks like a speed bump is actually due to the traffic that turns right onto Socorro Road off of 375. So eventually that road will begin to fail, and it'll need maintenance prior to earlier than expected. So to avoid similar situations along the county's new road in Pelicano, that is why concrete is a more sturdy option. It's the way that the county is moving forward with all of its major road projects, and so we'd like to see this follow suit as well. The full $18 million is currently funded through a cocktail of federal funding at the MPO. The local match to that $18 million was scheduled to be about $3.6 million, which is 20%. But because the county was previously designated an economically disadvantaged county, that match is now that match was reduced down to $1.5 million. Right, so we are about $2.2 million under where we anticipated being at the end of in terms of this match, and the current match is scheduled to be funded with a state infrastructure bank loan, and we would bring that forward to the court in the next few months once the project has received environmental clearance. The gap of $5 million, again, there may be funds available at the MPO, and so the item today is to ask permission for staff to submit the request to the MPO, and then they would notify us of the amount of money that they had available at the MPO at the end of the year, and we may be able to completely fund the gap. If we were to do that, we would be required to do a 20% match to that $5 million, which comes to just about $1 million. We would no longer qualify. The county lost its economically disadvantaged status just this year, so we would have to do the full 20%. But that would bring our revised total match to $2.4 million for a $23 million project, so just a little over 10%. There are two outcomes that can come from the action this afternoon. If the court agrees to allow us to request the funding and we receive the funding, then that would mean that our local match would go up to $2.4 million, and that would allow for the build out of concrete. If no additional funding is secured, we could develop alternative bids to see if maybe we can squeeze asphalt construction with concrete intersections out of the bid, and we could evaluate what our options are there. Or the court could ultimately determine that they want to fund the full funding gap in the future, and that participation could go up locally to $6.4 million, which would be the existing $1.4 million match plus the $5 million gap. Either way, if that were the route to go, we would come back to the Commissioner's Court and request guidance on what the anticipated action would be. The recommendation at this point is to allow the Planning and Development Department to submit the EPRF form to the MPO and determine if we can secure any funding from the MPO at this time. The MPO has determined that this is a good project, this is a good candidate for the additional funding, and they anticipate having anywhere from $4 to $8 million available this coming fiscal year. So we may be able to receive the full funding gap from the MPO and only increase the county's match to just $2.4 million. With that, happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Perez? I know I've always asked this, but is there anything that, if we could go back in time, and is there anything that we could have done to get other shovel-ready projects in anticipation of reconciliation funds? I mean, would it take additional design funds for us? But, it's just in the event that there's a federal infrastructure spending bill or, there were a lot of projects that El Paso missed out on, when the federal government passed the stimulus in the late 2000s. Just because a lot of them just weren't shovel ready. So what is that something that we should be doing, of having, good shovel ready projects on the road, whether it be for annual reconciliation funds at the MPO or other federal projects that might come down the pike?
So the county's traditionally lacked a lot of the infrastructure in terms of being able to proactively plan and forecast for growth. But in the next few months, we will be coming to the Commissioner's Court to authorize the department to work on a major thoroughfare plan. And that's actually going to tell us where our future roadways, our future bike network, our future sidewalk and investments should be, and then prioritize them for us. So with that, at that point, we could then approach the Commissioner's Court and request funding for design for a variety of projects to have those ready in anticipation of funds becoming available, either from the federal, the state, or even the local level at the MPO. Right now, we've been very much reactionary to the growth. We have demonstrated some proactivity with the mobility plan, but the MTP will really be the guiding document that allows us to determine where we should be investing our time and our resources moving forward.
Thank you.
Any questions? Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. You all are here for item 25? Can we go ahead and take that item first under purchasing, please?
Item number 25, approve the award of RFP 18021, purchase of a central access and security control system, equipment and services for various County of El Paso buildings to Pyrocom Systems, Inc. of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved recommendation on December 7, 2018. Funding is available in Capital Improvement Project 18 HR equipment.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. In front of you, you have a request for award to Pyrocom Systems of El Paso, Texas. This is for the county-wide access system. I believe this is a large project that you've been waiting to see in front of you. I want you to note that we sent to 91 vendors and got 8 solid responses. It was a great RFP process, and we're starting to notice that more and more with our RFP processes. The top, Pyrocom was the top scored firm, and you have in front of you the score sheets. You have the detailed evaluator comments, and you have the memo that we send to evaluators just in case you were curious about how we guide evaluators. And I'm here to answer any questions about the purchasing process, and we have the project lead, Melissa Carrillo, in the room if you have questions about the access project itself.
Commissioners, questions? Motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Vogt?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry you waited that long just for that uneventful vote, but thank you.
Item number 23, approve and authorize the purchase of kiosk scanner printers electionware for the Elections Department using buy board contract number 54217, awarded to Election Systems and Software LLC of Omaha, Nebraska in the amount of $6,067,790. Purchasing approved on October 24, 2018. Funding is available in capital project, election equipment, cap-out equipment, and special revenue, election services, maintenance, repair, general.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. We're requesting award of this under by board contract 54217. I believe you received a detailed briefing 2 weeks ago from Lisa Wise in elections on the project itself. Do note that part of the annual warranty license and maintenance fees that you're noticing will be paid out of fiscal year 20 funds.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge Vogt.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24, approve and authorize the purchasing agent to reject all responses and end the procurement process for bid 18008, uniforms, body armor, and badges for the County of El Paso Sheriff's Office.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. I want you to notice the number. This is 18008, which means that it's fairly old, which means we've had trouble figuring out how to award this. There was nothing wrong with the bids. However, upon review, the Sheriff's Office realized that the specifications may not have covered some of the things they needed to happen when these uniforms were purchased along with the patches. They have requested a chance to close out this bid without award. We will quote and do whatever is needed legally to get items in the interim and then come back with a set of specs that addresses what they really need to have an ongoing uniform contract that doesn't impact their time.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge Vogt.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, approve the award of RFQ 19002, State Lobbyist Consulting Services for the County of El Paso to Bickerstaff Health Delgado Acosta, LP of Austin, Texas. Purchasing approved recommendation on December 7, 2018. Funding is available in general funds, general administrative contract services, general.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. We're requesting award of this RFQ to Bickerstaff. I believe they are our current lobbyist, so it will go back to them. In front of you, you have the score sheet, the detailed evaluator comments, and I believe there was a clear delineation in the most qualified, which was how this needed to be awarded under the request for qualifications process.
Questions?
Move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge Vogt.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 27, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Approve and authorize the Office of the Constable Precinct 3 to apply for the Andover grant in the amount of $39,000 on behalf of all constable precincts. The purpose of the grant is to purchase first responder medical kits and AEDs. No county matches required.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I've got a little small presentation, be quick, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
I became aware of this grant from Endeavor, which is now Marathon Petroleum Corporation. So I'd like to go ahead and we just request submission for the application. And we'd like to, I don't know how this works, but okay. We'd like to ask for request from Endeavor, a X-Pack first aid kit. The first aid kit will have the range from major items to just first like Band-Aids and things like that. This will ensure that we all have necessary equipment in the units, and it'll be for 32 X-Pack first aid kits. It'll have the treat minor to severe injuries and provide emergency treatment solutions until the first responders get to the scene. This is just like I said, it's going to be a quick presentation. This is a picture of the first aid kit and some of the items that are on the first aid kit, which includes tourniquets, includes 2 tourniquets, which is really, they recommend 3, but we're just putting on there for 2. Survival blanket, dressing, bandages. So mainly what you see in a first aid kit. Then we're asking for a AED unit, defibrillator. AED we're requesting for 14 AEDs. This will be given to, and this is for all the constables, not for precinct 3, this is for all the constables. So we'll be giving 2 to each precinct. Put it in their cars, or they can keep 1 in the cars and 1 in the office, whatever they decide, because we don't have enough to give them to all the deputies. So it'll be whatever the constable sees most best for them to carry it. So 32 first responders kit and 14 AEDs. It's a quick little presentation. Have any questions?
Hector, thank you, and thank you for being so proactive and looking for these opportunities. Does it also include training for the AEDs?
No, it doesn't include the training, but we are required, like my office is already trained for the AEDs. And so anytime we have the training, we have to have the first responders training at the sheriff's office includes the AED.
Perfect, thank you.
So actually all deputies, sheriffs, constables are all trained to use the AED.
Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge vote?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Judge Vogt for taking over a hard position and doing it well. So thank you very much. And Commissioner Haggerty, hate to see you go, and thank you for all your assistance and everything you did here with the county.
Appreciate it.
So have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Item number 29, Budget and Finance. Receive a report on the urban county practice of exercising provisions permitted by Texas Local Government Code Section 154.007.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. You have attached with your agenda the statutes that cover the review of this Texas Local Government Code on salary fund versus general fund. And you have a brief white paper that was written up on this, which is an argument for using the county general fund rather than creating a salary fund or funds. By statute, Texas counties, and just to frame this, the Chief Administrator had asked me to do a write-up and make a presentation to the court on the action you took back in October, and that you've taken every year for at least 35 years that myself and Mr. Dion are aware of that has been the practice of the county. So by statute, Texas counties are required to select a means for both receiving and depositing fees and commissions by certain county salaried officials, and also for accounting for the payments of those salaries for county officers and employees. Most recently, on October 1st, El Paso County Commissioners took action pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 154.007 to order that all money that would otherwise be deposited in a salary fund created in accordance with the statute be deposited in the county's general fund. The salary fund, as I mentioned, has been part of the county's general fund for at least the past 3.5 decades. Giving a little bit of background, and I know the county attorney has also done some legal research on this. Texas Constitution, Article 16, Section 61 provides that county officers in counties with a population over 20,000 shall be paid on a salary basis. This does include JPs, constables, deputy constables, and precinct law enforcement officials. Further, Local Government Code, Chapter 154, governs the compensation of district, county, and precinct officers that are paid on a salary basis. And as such, any fees and commissions collected are deposited with the treasurer and are to go into a separate salary fund for each individual. There have been two AG opinions that reference these statutes. 10 years ago, Greg Abbott wrote an opinion in 2008 regarding the setup of these funds, and additionally 25 years ago, Dan Morales wrote an opinion, DM 199. Challenges that would pose on selecting to go the route of a salary fund versus the general fund is we would be required to set up dozens of separate salary funds accounted for individually for each of these elected county and precinct offices. Further, in the event that the fees, commissions, or revenues that they collect were insufficient to pay for their salaries and the salaries of their assistants and their office expense, we would have to budget an appropriation to transfer out of the general fund and into each individual salary fund to make up that shortfall. If you did have an elected office, let's say JP6, who has your highest precinct collections for court costs and fines, where that amount exceeds the amount that is required to pay the salary of that staff and the elected official, then at the end of the year, by default, we transfer those revenues that are deemed surplus right back to the general fund. So what we did is we went out and did a survey. We used the same top 10 counties that we use for our salary survey, that we use for our tax survey. So we looked at Harris, Dallas, Travis, Tarrant, our standard top 10 large urban counties. And we had 9 of the 10 counties respond to our survey, and unanimously all 9 of the responding counties treat it the same way that the county of El Paso does. And that is, at the very first meeting of the year, we declare to use our general fund as the salary fund. We asked a second question in that survey, and for those that responded to the second question, which was a little over half of them, we asked, why do you do it that way? We want to find out, was there anything different that, in our view, is wise to use the general fund? And across the board, everyone had the same response, that it's much more efficient, it's much more effective, and at the end of the day, there's a great amount of difficulty trying to estimate if fees and commissions would have to be budgeted in the general fund to potentially transfer to the salary fund. And then for those funds that had adequate fees and commissions collected, everything is swept right back to the general fund in the end. So administratively, every county responded that's much more efficient, much more effective to pay the salary funds and remit all commissions and fees and fines collected to the general fund. So that is a common practice in 9 of the top 10 counties. Only 1 county didn't respond. And my recommendation would be that the county of El Paso consider, as long as the statute's in existence, continuing that practice and using the general fund as a salary fund. With that, I'm available for any questions. So this one does not require any action. It's just a recommendation to continue the practice.
Thanks for looking into that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions, commissioners? No? Okay. I appreciate the feedback. Mr.
Thank you.
Marco.
Item number 30, approve amendment number 10 to the County of El Paso's 2018 through 2019 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $183,629, thus increasing the overall budget of $434,160,573.39 to $434,344,202.39.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. I should have stayed at the podium. My apologies. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. As noted on item 18 and 28, the items that you approved earlier are included in BA 10. We submitted that budget amendment to you last week. Are there any questions regarding this week's amendment? If not, I would ask for a favorable consideration.
Questions, commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty?
Aye.
Judge Bo?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
With that, we will go into executive session.
Commissioners, Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 31A through 31E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.0725, and 551.087. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
He's not what I was going to say.
No. Okay.
We don't do that anymore.
So we're ready to go. They're coming back. We're going to go into regular for Christina to read some stuff, then go into executive.
Anything to prolong it.
I know.
Hey, did anybody else notice these?
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. This is Christina Ford, Assistant County Attorney. As your legal advisor, I've determined that deliberation in an open meeting concerning business and financial issues relating to the negotiations with Vantage Bank of Texas, formerly known as International Bank, would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in negotiations. Thus, I'm requesting that Commissioners Court unanimously vote that deliberations in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in the negotiations, and that all said deliberations take place in closed session. I would further request that the Commissioners Court direct the county clerk to ensure that all proceedings in closed session be recorded, and I will file the memo that lays out the details of this request with the clerk for the record.
Okay. So moved to go ahead and move to discuss item C in executive session.
I apologize. It's item 31C. Yes.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Stout.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge Vogt.
Aye.
Oh, now that he's here, he has to do it too.
Thank you.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 31A, 31B, 31C, and 31D pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.0725. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 24th and Tuesday, December the 25th in observance of the Christmas holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, December the 26th, 2018. All county offices will be closed on Monday, December the 31st, 2018, and Tuesday, January the 1st, 2019, in observance of the New Year's holidays. All county offices will reopen on Wednesday, January the 2nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Commissioner Andrew Haggerty would like to invite you to his weekly breakfast meeting that takes place every Wednesday at 7:30 a.m. at Danny's Diner, located at 4690 Trans Mountain Road. Every week he has a different speaker who will be discussing topics of interest for the community. So if you live in the Northeast, West Side, or anywhere else in the county, come and join us for the breakfast meeting.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 32, discuss and take appropriate action regarding potential land and property acquisitions related to the widening and reconstruction of Pelicano Drive.
No action on this item.
Item number 33, with a correction from the County Attorney's Office, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the extension to the county depository contract with International Bank in accordance with Chapter 116 of the Texas Government Code. Contract number 2018-0866.
Move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge Vogt.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 34, discuss and take action on the pending litigation regarding Norma Cruz versus El Paso County, cause number 2017 DCV 0253, County Attorney file number 003717LZ.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. I would ask the court for a motion authorizing the county judge to sign a settlement agreement as negotiated by the County Attorney's Office in this matter.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Haggerty.
Aye.
Judge Vogt.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I believe that is all for today's agenda, unless we'd like to add anything else. Commissioner Haggerty, anything you'd like to say?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, everybody, for a fantastic 11 years. Looking forward to what's next and continuing to work with everybody as we move forward. So with that, that's a wrap. That's the end of our meetings for 2018.
Concludes today's meeting at 4:28 p.m.